right, y'all ready?
Yes, sir. Just one moment.
We already got our little alert to bailiffs that I did subpoena a couple people that were, or told them either one to not be here till 11 or 1, depending on who they were. And
Okay.
so just be on the lookout for a witness potentially maybe
Okay.
want to come to courtroom.
Did you hear that, Brandon?
I did not. I had a couple of people that I told them not to be here till 11 or 1 o'clock, depending on who they were. One of them did get things in time to be able to be here before 11. But they may show up, is what I'm saying. Just be aware already. They're not. Well, I know there's somebody stopping you. Yeah, please tell them not to come in.
All right. All right, and the jury's here. Are you ready, Mr. Lamb?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the
I
jury.
believe so.
Mallory. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Yes, sir. The state calls Lieutenant Timothy Allen. Lieutenant Allen, if you will just pause when you get to the witness stand and look towards me, please. Raise your right hand. Swear the evidence you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat, sir. What's your name?
Timothy Allen.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the American Police Department.
What's your position there?
I'm a patrol lieutenant.
Do you now, or have you in the past, also worked a side job, as it were, at another location in Americus?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
My side job is Phoebe Sumter Medical Center.
Okay. And what do you do at Phoebe Sumter Medical Center?
I'm a security.
How long have you been with the police force?
I've been with the city for about 20 years.
Okay. And how long have you been with Phoebe Sumter?
Phoebe Sumter, I've been with them for about 4 years.
How much do you work over there?
How much do I work?
Uh-huh. How many hours a week typically?
Maybe 18 a week.
18 a week. Okay. Okay. So, did you were you working at Phoebe Sumter on January 14th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And that afternoon,
Make sure all the phones are off, please.
that afternoon, sometime shortly after lunchtime. Do you recall seeing a white Mustang pull into the parking lot and up towards where the emergency room entrance is?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What happened when you saw that car pull up? Tell me first where you were.
I was sitting in the security booth.
And where's the security room?
It's as soon as you pull up, it's right there in the front near the entrance to the emergency room.
Near the main entrance to the hospital, or the front entrance to the hospital, or the emergency room entrance on the side?
The emergency room on the side.
Okay. And so you're in the security booth and you saw the car pull in. Where did the car pull up to?
The car pulled up. What we noticed was the car pulled in the wrong way. So that brought some attention. And once the car pulled the wrong way, I noticed that a black male exited the vehicle.
Where did the car stop? Did it stop?
It stopped right there at the emergency room entrance.
Okay. There's like a portico, like that.
Yes.
It covers like a brick portico where you can sort of pull up underneath it to load or unload passengers. Is that?
Well, you can, you can pull in, but it's nothing covering it until you get out of the vehicle.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so he pulled into that area up next to the emergency room. He got out. So it's a black male got out, and what did you see when the black male got out of the car?
The male was holding a infant baby.
And what did you see him do?
He got out. He rushed inside the ER, made contact with the hostess desk. At that point, I don't know what he advised them because I was paying attention to his mannerism. So at that point, I knew it had to be something serious. So by the time I walked out the security booth door and walked down to the ambulance bay entrance, by that time, Mr. William was brought back with the infant child, and they had the infant child inside one of the rooms working on it.
Okay. All right. Let me. There's a couple things there that you covered that I want to go back to be very clear about. So when you saw him come into the front, you were still or through the ER door. You were still in the security booth, right?
Yes, sir.
And you saw him come in with the baby. And did you see what he did with the baby?
No, sir, not at that time.
Not at that time. Okay. And you said he stopped at the. Did you say the hostess desk? What's the hostess
Well,
desk?
the hostess is when you come in, you talk to them, you tell them the reason why you're visiting the ER.
So it's just sort of pre-check-in. I mean,
Yes.
It's like the first person you can talk to when you come in the door.
Yes.
So where did he go from the hostess desk? Could you see?
Immediately, I believe the hostess got up and scanned the badge to let him through the back. Once they went through the doors, the hostess got the attention of the nurses and doctors that was back there in the ER, and that's when they started attending to the baby.
Okay. So what did you do? You said that something about going through the ambulance entrance. Tell
Yes,
me about how you did that.
Well, I exited out the security booth, and that led to outside. Walked a short distance down to the ambulance bay and entered the ER through those doors.
When you went through those doors from the ambulance side, did you see Julian Williams?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, so and back a moment ago, you said you saw a car pull up with a black male. Did you know it was Julian Williams at the time, or did you just learn later that that's what his name was?
I learned later that was.
Okay, you didn't know him when he first came up.
No, sir.
So you came into the ambulance door, and where was he when you came to the ambulance door and saw him?
He was standing at the the trauma room where they was working on the baby.
Okay. Was he in the room with the people who were working on the baby, or was he in sort of that common
He was in
area
that
right
common area,
outside the
but
room?
he was in that common area, but real close to the door.
Okay, so he was near the door where they were, but he wasn't in there with them.
Right.
And did you? What did you do?
At that time, briefly, I went inside the room to take a look at the child to see exactly what was going on. One of the nurses pointed out a couple of injuries to the baby face. At that time, I made contact with Mr. Williams and kind of pulled him away from the ER and walked him out the ambulance bay.
And when you say you pulled him away from the ER, you don't mean that in any physical sense.
No,
do you?
we walked out.
He walked out.
Yes.
I mean, he
I asked him to step out
voluntarily
with
went
me.
with you.
Yes.
You asked him to go with you. And,
Yes.
Yeah. And why would you walk from there outside?
Because at that time, because of what was going on with the baby and what they was doing with the baby, didn't want him to. He was already emotional. Didn't want him to continue to be getting even more emotional, noticing what they was doing with the baby. And plus, I had to find out what was going on and why the baby was brought to the ER.
Now, you said a few moments ago that you had watched him as he came up. That you were watching his the way he was acting, his mannerisms or whatever. I think you said that is how you knew that it was something serious.
Yes.
Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe about his behavior or his demeanor or his attitude, whatever? What did you observe about him that caused you to reach that conclusion?
Well, when you brought the baby and he had the baby over his shoulder, the baby wasn't moving. It appeared that the baby didn't have any life to him. Once I made contact with him in the ER, he was emotional to the point where it appeared that his life had been drained out of him.
Was that one of the reasons that you felt like it might be better to get him away from from the immediate area where they were tending to the child?
Right.
So you asked him to walk outside with you. Where did y'all walk to?
We walked out the ambulance bay and stood in the ambulance bay area.
And you asked him what had happened. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First, let me ask you this: did he tell you whatever it was that had happened? Did he tell you where it had happened?
Not at
Or
that
where
time.
he was?
Not at that time.
Okay. All right. So he told you. What did he tell you about what had happened?
He stated that the baby had failed, and at that point, that's pretty much all he had said.
Okay. Now, do you recall when we met before? Did he tell you where he was when the baby fell?
No, sir. Not at that time.
Not at that time. He just said the baby had fallen.
Had fallen.
Okay. And what did he do? I mean, after he told you that, what did you do?
At that point, because of the nature that I observed the baby, and I radioed to the on-duty shift supervisor and advised them that I had a situation at the hospital that was dealing with the infant baby.
So you radioed to the on-shift supervisor where?
With APD,
At America's PD. Okay. Radioed the APD. All right. And why did you call APD?
Because at the time I was believed that the whatever was going on with the baby had happened somewhere in the city.
Okay. Once you called APD, did you continue talking to Mr. Williams? Was he still standing there with you?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you anything further about what had happened while y'all were standing there?
Yeah. So he further advised that that the baby had falling out of a chair, based off of what his girlfriend told him.
Okay, so he said his girlfriend told him the baby had fallen out of a chair.
Yes.
Did he tell you where he was when the baby fell out of the chair?
Not at that time.
I mean, did you ask him at any point, like, where were you there? Did you see it? Where were you? Did you ask him that?
Not at that time.
Okay. Was there anything about his physical appearance that was notable to you in any way?
For his clothes wise, it appeared that he had 2 large stains on the right side of on his right shoulder.
Did you find out did you know what those were? Did you recognize them or learn from him what was all over his shoulder?
Yes, I later found out that it was vomit from the baby.
So, was there any point when you were talking to him that the girlfriend came up and started talking to you, joined you?
Well, while we was outside, the nursing staff came out and advised that at the time that we was believed was they advised that the baby mom had showed up.
Okay. So the nurse came out and said the baby's told y'all that it was the baby's mother,
Yes.
which of course is not true, but
Not true, right.
but that's what they thought at the time.
Yes.
And did she come out to talk to you?
Well, me and Mr. William went back on the inside, and we stood not by the trauma room, but more close to the nurses station desk.
And who was there with
At the time, it was me, Mr. William, and Miss Trinity.
Okay. When you were standing there near the nurse's desk, did y'all continue having any conversation about what had happened?
Yes, at that time I asked Miss Trinity what had happened.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
She said that the baby was sitting on a chair, like she described it like a lower beanbag chair. The baby was sitting on a chair eating some chips and drinking a juice. She turned away from the child. She heard something what appeared to have fallen, turned around, went and picked the baby up and attended to the baby.
Okay. Did she say anything to you then, or did Mr. Williams say anything to you at that point about where he was when the fall had happened?
At that point, that's when I found out that the baby was at GSW.
Okay. Okay. So someone was telling you where he was, and that's when they explained that the baby was at GSW?
No, I didn't find out till after we walked back out the ambulance bay that Mr. Williams was not there at the dorm room with Miss Trinity and the baby.
Okay, so you didn't know, at that point you didn't know that he wasn't there when the baby supposedly fell out of the chair. Do you recall Mr. Williams saying that?
No, I'm just leaving the question.
Well, Your Honor, I'm trying to bring to.
Well, I didn't hear the complete
I
question.
tell you what. I'll just start back over. I'll rephrase the question. Did anyone say anything to you during that time when you were standing, either whether you were right there or outside? Did anyone say anything to you about how Mr. Williams learned about the fall,
Yes.
learned about the baby falling?
Well, at that point, Lieutenant English and Sergeant Webb had arrived.
Okay.
I had already called Chief Lewis and was advising him of the incident that they had a incident involving an infant baby.
Now, why would you call Chief Lewis?
Chief Lewis because he's the chief of GSW campus police.
So when you found out that that this had happened or something had happened on the GSW campus, you called Chief Lewis?
Yes.
Right. You said English and Webb arrived. Who were they?
That's Lieutenant English and Sergeant Webb. They was the supervisors on duty at the time.
From the Americas Police Department.
Yes.
Now, were you wearing a body cam of any sort?
No, sir, I wasn't.
Okay. Why weren't you wearing a body cam when you were working it that day?
It's not common for me to wear it. For one, being in the ER, I don't want to run the camera due to any HIPAA violation.
Right, you can't. You're not supposed to be recording stuff, but just generally in the ER, people coming and going, right?
Right.
Okay. And did you do a report of any sort yourself about these conversations?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did anyone describe for you a call or calls being made from Ms. Poague to Mr. Williams after the baby had supposedly fallen?
Any calls between the two?
Right.
No, sir.
Okay, you don't recall anybody talking about who had called who?
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh, are you talking about with the condition of the baby, or what had happened with the baby, or?
Right, I'm talking about like after the baby supposedly had fallen, did anyone tell you about phone calls between the two of them?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
From whom did you learn anything about the phone calls?
From Mr. Williams.
Okay. And what did Mr. Williams tell you?
Mr. Williams stated that he left the campus to go to Walmart to get some diapers and to pick up some pizza. He advised just about the time that he got back on campus, he got a call from his girlfriend stating that something was wrong with the baby.
Okay. Got a call that something was wrong with the baby.
Yes.
And then it picked up from there what you described to us earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Hold on 1 second, please, Your Honor. Nothing further this time.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, may it please the court. Good morning, Lieutenant Allen. I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague. You doing okay today?
I'm good.
Good. I just have a few questions for you. You were on duty there at the ER, and that's a place that you're familiar with from having worked there for a while, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case, you see a young man come in with a child in distress, so you obviously followed up to try to find out what was going on, correct?
Yes.
Now, when he first came in with the child in distress, you described a scene where the child is very quickly handed off to be taken into the ER room, correct?
Correct.
And they began, I assume, to work on the child right then, right? Now, there was a nurse present at that time?
There were several.
Can you tell me, do you recall who was present?
I can't.
Was there any doctor present at that time?
I believe Dr. Busman.
Did he come in with the nurse?
I think he was already there. But
Okay. So you're watching that, and you took Mr. Williams away because of the situation and wanting to talk to him, correct?
Yes.
And the thing that he told you is the child he's the first person to tell you anything about what might have happened. He said the child had fallen, correct?
Yes.
Now, later on, he had told you about a telephone call from his girlfriend that had informed him the child something was wrong, for he needed to come back, correct?
Yes.
That's the scene you described where he was in the parking lot or very near the dorm when he got called, correct?
He was somewhere in that area.
And she calls him, but he said at that time, he said that the only thing he told you about the telephone call, I think you had said that something is wrong with the baby.
Yes.
He did not tell you that she told him anything about what caused the harm to the baby then, did he?
Not at that time.
And then when he got there, he just simply told you the child had fallen, correct?
Yes.
And when he told you that at that time, Miss Poague, who was misidentified as the baby mama but was actually his girlfriend, was not present at the hospital yet, was she?
Not at that time.
So he couldn't have been talking to her there at the hospital about anything. He came right ahead, and she arrived later, didn't she?
She did.
Now, this was a fairly serious matter, was it not?
It was.
And in your training, I suppose, you've been taught that normally you would make a report to try to instant report to try to detail things when it's of serious nature that might involve criminal matters, correct?
Well, if I was on duty, I was on Phoebe Sumter. I was on duty at Phoebe Sumter, but not necessarily in my duty capacity with the APD. So in that sense, I wouldn't do a incident report. But if I was on duty, my actual duty with APD, yes.
So when you're working just security at Phoebe, your duty to make a report and all is not the same as when you're with America's Police Department, is that
Right.
it? That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Lamb?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant. You're free to stay. Go. Ms. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
State calls Mathis Wright. Reverend Wright, go step towards that witness chair up there, the witness booth, and pause, please, and look back towards me.
Reverend Wright, if you'll receive the oath from Mr. Lamb,
Raise
please.
your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, have a seat, sir. What is your name?
Mathis Wright.
And it's Reverend Wright, is it?
Well, yes,
Mr. Wright, Reverend Wright.
Well, I am a Reverend.
Okay.
Reverend Wright.
Reverend Wright, at a point in the past, you have also you served as a deputy coroner. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when was that you were a deputy coroner?
Between January 1st of 2020 through December 31st of 2024.
And why did you leave that role as deputy coroner?
Because the coroner, the new coroner, that was an election, and the new coroner that won did not retain me as a deputy.
So there was you. I mean, that's essentially a political position in a way, right? I mean, it's a political appointment. The coroner is an elected position, and deputies are folks who are appointed by whoever the elected coroner is.
That's correct.
And they are free, aren't they, to choose whoever they choose to be their deputies if they have deputies even.
That's correct.
Okay. So who was the coroner that that had appointed you as a deputy?
Mr. Clifford Walton.
Okay. And then when Coroner Walton went out of office at the end of December of 24, that's when you left office as well?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. In January of 2024, specifically January 14th of 2024, did you have occasion to address a matter involving the death of a young child by the name of Romeo or J.D. Angelus?
I did.
How did you first become involved in this?
I received the call from the hospital staff that I was needed at the emergency room at Phoebe Sumter in Americas.
When you went to the emergency room, do you know what time you went to the emergency room? I'll ask it that way. Do you approximately what time you went?
I'm not really sure exactly what time it was that I actually arrived there, but I don't recall exactly what time.
Okay. In any event, did you go promptly or shortly after you received the call?
Yes, usually we are instructed to try to, from the time we get the call, to try to be at that destination between 30 minutes to an hour.
So you were there within an hour at least?
Yes, within an hour of the time I got the call.
When you went to the hospital, can you tell me what you did when you first got there? Who did you see? Who did you talk to?
Well, when I own hospitals, when I arrive, when it's a situation like that, when it's someone that have died and the and a law enforcement agent is involved there because they were at the scene. If it's a death where they are not involved, then I speak to the hospital staff first. But if there's a law official there that's involved in the case, I speak to that officer that's in charge first.
And do you recall who you spoke with when you got there?
Yes, Officer Allen.
Did you get any preliminary information from Allen?
Yeah, that be the purpose, is to ask him what we got, what does he perceive that we have.
Did you subsequently talk to anyone else about what had happened?
I did. After I left Officer Allen, I got one of the nurses to show me which room the baby was in. I went in and took a preliminary look and examination of the baby just to see what kind of condition that I could see visually that was wrong with the child. And from that point, I went to the father.
Where was the father at at the hospital?
He was in one of the, I'm going to say one of the side rooms there that they have outside of the ER, or family room is what they call it.
Okay. Did you talk to the father there?
I did.
Did you talk to anyone else?
In that room, it was just the father and I think that there was the father and the aunt. And I didn't really talk to the aunt that much. The information I found out about her was she was the one that seen about the baby during the day on a regular occasion. I asked the father about what had happened.
Okay. And when you asked him about what had happened, What did he tell you had happened?
He said that he had arrived sometime the night before, that he had left to go get pizza, and when he left, the baby was doing fine, and when he returned, that the baby was in distress, having problems breathing, and he didn't know what had occurred or happened, and that he had brought the baby out to the emergency room.
Did you talk to anyone else about what had happened?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
From there, I went to the other family room where the defendant was, and I talked with her. And in the room, her parents was with her, and I asked her about what had happened during the time, and she said that that the baby was eating potato chips, and that and the baby had became distressed and had fallen out of the chair that the baby was in.
Okay.
And then from the earlier conversation, okay,
Let me
I'm
ask
sorry.
you okay. So she said that the baby was in a chair eating chips.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the baby, you said, became distressed and fell. What did she tell you about the fall? And
Well,
what did she mean became distressed? What did she describe to you?
well, she really didn't actually, describe it exactly. What were the circumstances around it, and at that point, I didn't really press her to give me any more details about the actual fall.
So when she told you the baby fell out of the chair, what did she say happened, or what did she do at that point once the baby fell?
Well, from the indications was that she really, from the way it was described, it happened really close together, or almost simultaneously. Like when that happened, the father came back almost at the same time. That may have occurred, that she didn't really have much time to actually do much.
So this happened, and then the father who'd gone for pizza or whatever came back sometime shortly after.
That's
the
correct.
fall. Okay. Did you prepare any notes or a report or a memorandum or anything describing what you did, what you observed, who you talked to, and so forth?
I did.
Okay. And as soon as I reach in here and pick up I thought I had a clean copy over there with me, but I don't. I've got to get one. Here it is right here. Get a sticker. I'm going to show you, Reverend Wright, 2 pages that I marked as State's Exhibit 40. Do you recognize those 2 pages that I'm handing to you?
Yes, sir, I do.
What are those?
The one that's in my left hand or my written notes that I did while I was right there at the scene. The one that's in my right hand is the face sheet that I got from the emergency room, and then I added some additional handwritten notes on this document that I have in my right hand after I got back to the office.
Okay. Now, with regard to these notes, let me ask you, do you recall what Julian Williams, the father, what he told you about how he learned of the fall, or how he learned what had happened?
The dad said that when he came in, that the baby was in distress, and that the girlfriend had told him that the child had been eating some chips.
Did he tell you how he learned that the child had fallen?
Yes, that the girlfriend had told him that the baby fell.
What he told you that she had told him, okay, was that any different in any material way from what she told you had happened?
Yes, because if you look at my handwritten notes, it's like in two sections.
Okay, I'll hand it back up to you and let you. Your Honor, I'm going to tender states for you, although I will say at this time that I don't believe that ultimately that it would go out with the jury under continuing witness, but I'm going to tender it so that the witness can refer to it as he's testifying.
Do you have any objection?
Under those conditions, Your Honor, no.
So it'll be tendered, but it will not, because it's a statement, it won't go out with the jury. Is that
I
correct?
think that's the rule, Your Honor.
All right. I just want to make sure y'all both agreed with that.
Yes, sir.
So it'll be tendered into evidence, but this is a document that will not go out with the jury.
Okay, so I gave you the notes. So what are you referring to now when you said that if you look at your notes, you could tell me?
In the first part, it starts out by saying history, like in the first paragraph. That's when I did the summary of what Officer Allen said, the father said, and what my initial statement with the girlfriend. And so
the section that you have that says history, you said it's based on what Allen said, what the father said, and what the girlfriend said.
Correct.
Sort of so it's kind of a combination, like an
right,
overview
sort
of everybody.
Yes, a summary of what I had been told.
Okay, all right. And then you have go on from there. You have some separate notes to what effect?
Correct. And based on what I had been told, I had a second time when it says girlfriend statement, and I had checked the baby, and I had asked the hospital staff, and no one had seen any evidence of chips being eaten. I asked the EMS guy about did they find any chips at the scene, and they said no. So when I asked the girlfriend about there was no chips found with the child or in the child's mouth, then she gave me a different story that something to the fact that the child wasn't eating chips, but the child had fallen. And she also had said, because I put it right here, that that the child was not eating or drinking anything. So I went back to Alan and said that I got a conflicting statement about what happened.
Right? And did the girlfriend tell you that she was the one who had told Mr. Williams about the fall?
Correct.
Okay. So she told you that she had told him. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Did anyone indicate to you how long he may have been gone, or how long it was before he got back from the time of the fall, or anything to that effect?
Yes, it was, said 5 to 10 minutes from the time he had left to go get pizza to the time that he had came back. And that was what, and the dad said, William said, 10 to 15 minutes that he was gone.
So one of them said that he was gone. Was gone for 5 or 10 minutes, or had been gone for 5 or 10 minutes when the
Right.
fall happened.
Yes, and that the fall had happened between that time.
Okay. So she said that he had been gone for 5 to 10 minutes when the fall occurred.
Correct.
Did you take any steps after receiving information from both of them and the officer and the folks at the hospital as well? Did you take any steps with regard to the disposition of the child's body?
Yes, our office took possession of the child's body. I notified the crime lab in Macon, Georgia, about and gave them a summary of what my report was, and if you notice on my handwritten notes, the cause of death at that time was unknown, because just visually looking, you could see the bruises and the swelling some on the body, but you couldn't really determine what was the cause of death. So we set up for an autopsy to be done, and then after that, that's when the cause of death was determined.
Is that customary for someone from the coroner's office to make that decision about whether or not an autopsy is performed and make those arrangements about an autopsy being performed?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further.
All right. Cross-examination.
Reverend Wright, good morning. I'm T. Gamble. I represent Trinity Poague. Are you doing okay today?
Yes, sir, Mr. Gamble.
Thank you. I've got a few questions for you, Reverend Wright, concerning the autopsy, et cetera. Not the autopsy, but the coroner's report, I'm sorry. And you've already testified that you came and got a call because as your duties as the assistant coroner, if the coroner wasn't available, then you'd fill in for him, correct?
Well, not exactly in those words.
How did it work then?
The way it works is that we take a month or a week or a shift. Like my boss would say, I need you to work this week, so that we all would kind of have some off time, that we wouldn't be on call all the time. So this incident happened to occur on one of the weeks I was assigned to work.
Okay, I got you. You're on call like a police officer being called. You're filling in a particular position in time, and that was your time to be. If anything came in, you were the one to handle it.
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of coming as a coroner, you're the first one to come to try to make a determination about first if the individual is indeed dead, correct?
Correct.
And then, if possible, give a cause of death, because, I mean, sometimes it's a routine matter where you come that someone's an elderly person that died or whatnot, and you can make some evaluations based upon what you're told by the hospital staff or the family or something of that nature, correct?
That's correct.
And then when you have situations like this where it's a little more detailed, sometimes you still can make some determinations, and other times you're not able to make that determination on your own, correct?
That's correct.
And this was one of those times where you couldn't tell yourself exactly what the cause was, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you did, though, still try to take in some information, determine what's going on, and you made, I guess you made a report of some sort. Is this the normal way you make coroner's reports?
Well, yes, it's my way of doing it. Someone else may do it a little different from the way that I would do it, but I normally start out with the history. They try to find out what has happened before the event occurred, and then do that. Then I will go and do like the follow-up, like it says, where I would take a statement, and then I'll mark it statement. So each one will follow something similar to this, but they may, depending on the circumstance, I may change it somewhat, but basically it's what I have seen and determined at the scene.
But what I'm asking specifically, maybe a little bit more directly, the first page of your report is a Phoebe Sumter Medical Center face sheet that you've kind of written out some information about addresses and things like that, correct?
Yes.
And I mean, that's not a coroner's report sheet or stationery or anything that's on. It's actually from something you just grabbed from Phoebe Sumter and scribbled on, correct?
Well, no. Well, we get this all the time. If we go to the hospital, we're going to ask for this because sometimes the addresses are wrong, people names are wrong, and if you notice, I put different names, different addresses because sometimes the people that's involved are not the people that we have to contact to get certain clearance on. In other words, like the girlfriend wasn't the mother, so I needed to find the mother. And if you notice, the notes on this sheet is to find out who the mother was and where she lived, what her phone number was.
Now, the second page of this document is a handwritten report, correct?
Correct.
Is that normally how you would do it, just a handwritten report on a notebook paper?
Yes, this is pretty much the standard that I would do, but like I said, it could change depending on the situation.
What is the exhibit number on this?
40.
Could we pull up, we've got another copy of that. Could you pull that up on the screen so I can ask questions about
Yes,
that?
sir. Let's take a brief recess so we can get that going.
Okay.
It's early, and I have to have a comfort break. All right. So we're going to take about 5 or 10 minutes if anybody needs to step in to the restroom. That way, they can go ahead and get the computer going before we get back. Sorry, Reverend.
I exercise my right to do it.
Good, good. Do you need to use the restroom? Then?
Yes, sir. I can just use
Yes, sir.
one
You
down.
can just step right out there.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Y'all ready? You ready? Yes. You can bring them on in. Yeah. All right, I saw a couple of y'all were about as eager for that break as I was. I want to make sure that you, and it's morning times, especially when you get a little gray in your hair, you need to get to the restroom. But I don't want you to sit there and be uncomfortable. If you need a break, you raise your hand. We'll take a break at any time you want to. Okay, Mr. Gamble.
Thank you. Reverend Wright, I'm not going to ask you any questions really about this first thing that's showing on the screen, but that's the face sheet that we went over a minute ago, what we were talking about, the first sheet of your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the one that you just get some details about and make sure the phone numbers and if the people are wrongfully identified and stuff, you try to make corrections, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
If you could move to that second page, please. Of course, the second page now, that's more or less your coroner report concerning this particular event, correct?
Correct.
And you've been trained before you became the assistant coroner. You had to go to some classes and whatnot to be certified as a coroner, didn't you?
Correct.
And they taught you a lot of things about what to do as a coroner, but one thing they taught you was to make a report that contained all important details, correct?
Correct.
So as much as possible when you're taking down information, you want to make sure if it's something you feel like may have bearing on this situation, you'll try to put it in the written report, correct?
Correct.
And I understand you're not going to put every single detail of what time you left and when you were there and all that, but the major details are going to be in there, right?
Correct.
And I'm looking at this report on the first paragraph, and you have a heading that says history, if you see that at the first paragraph.
Correct.
And very quickly out there, it tells first that the girlfriend called Dad and said child was acting funny. You see that?
Correct.
And then you said Dad said child had fell face down. You see that?
Correct.
So that was important information to put in the report because at least the initial report from Dad was the child fell face down, correct?
Correct.
And then you go on down and it says, I can't tell you exactly what this word is, so I'm not sure what you're saying. Oh, I think it says bruising face and head, correct?
Correct.
Was that what you observed?
That's what I observed.
Okay. And then it says mother said child was eating chips, correct?
Yep.
But no evidence of chip you put, correct?
Correct.
And then you talk about the child being dressed, etc., correct?
Correct.
Now, nowhere in that paragraph did you say anything about the mother telling you anything about how the child fell, correct?
Correct.
And I mean, that's an important detail, is it not?
Well, for my job, I am there not to determine who did what. I am there to determine what caused the death. And every little detail, like you said, I don't actually write it down like someone like taking what's being said today. When I'm asking questions, I will listen to what's being said, then I make notes. And my earlier testimony was, the first part is a summary of what I had been told. So in this paragraph here is a summary of what 3 people told me. And all I'm doing is getting information to give to the crime lab about what I've been told, what I see, and and then that's it. It's not to determine whether she did it, he did it, or anyone did it. I just know that I got a dead child. This is what I'm told, and this is what I see.
But you would agree with me, things like a fall can help you determine what caused an injury, correct?
Well, once I knew it was a fall, like I say, I ain't trying to determine who did it or caused the fall. I'm just trying to determine at that point to tell the crime lab that the baby had a fall. We don't even discuss whether the mother did it or the daddy did it or who did it. I just have to let them know that a fall has occurred. So when they do the autopsy, that's what they start their investigation from.
So whether or not the fall about the mother being saying that's in the written report or not, you still claim that that Trinity told you that. How did you say? You said she claimed he fell out. The child fell out of the chair, but before that you said the child was in distress and fell out of the chair. Correct?
Yep, that's what she said.
And that sounds like a child that's got something already going on and then slumps over and falls out of the chair. Correct?
Correct.
So what she's describing was not, a child fell out of the chair and then all of a sudden is having problems.
Yes,
The child.
Your Honor, that's the question is argument, not a question.
Well, I'll let him finish the question, but you can't ask him what she meant.
I withdraw the question.
Okay.
Now, going on down, you do note that you talked to the girlfriend and she told you, lady you called the girlfriend being Trinity, correct?
Correct.
And you say down in that part of it that she tells you that the child was not eating the night before and was not really eating that morning either, correct?
Correct.
And when someone says that their child is sitting eating chips and drinking, it could mean that they've got the food prepared for them to do that, but they weren't actually doing much eating, correct?
No, that's not what I was told. Because if you go back to my first paragraph, I specifically wrote, mother said child was eating chips. And then if the information that I was retaining, I wouldn't have never probably went back to her a second time. And that's when I asked the question and said to her, but there was no evidence of chips.
Of course, the child had thrown up, had it not?
Well, I didn't go to the scene at where the incident occurred. I only saw what I saw at the ER, and there was no sign of vomiting. And I did ask the EMS, was there any sign of anything they saw? And it was basically no.
So with your testimony, you saw no sign of vomiting from any place in any place that you looked at concerning this case, correct?
That's correct.
Not that you looked at all the places, but the places you were at, the ER room, you did not see it, correct?
Correct.
You did not see it when you were talking to Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct, because he wasn't in the ER room with me.
You didn't see it any other way on the floor or anything, correct?
No.
Now, this report, if you could pull it on up where it moves up a little bit on the screen, please. That's good. No, right there. When I'm looking at the report, it ends up by saying, but Wright was most noticeable, talking about of some bruising and whatnot.
Right.
Then you have ... there. That indicates to me that there's some more to this report. Is there?
No, that was just my ... that when I'm talking to the crime lab, I may have said something to them when they ask questions, because when you call them, they're going to ask you a series of questions as well. So in that ... was probably stuff that they were asking me when I was looking at the sheet reporting the death to answer some of the questions that they probably had.
Now, after you did your coroner's report, Isn't it true that you were interviewed by WTVM television station?
I don't recall. And the reason is that I got interviewed a lot, but I don't recall this one per se.
Is there any possibility that you told them that looking at trauma, some of it appeared to be, I'm going to say, past history as well as new? Did you tell the TV station that?
I don't recall saying that because I had no evidence to say past, because I was only looking at what I saw there. When I did my own examination, I did look to see if I saw any old bruising, and that was while I had asked the questions earlier about who seen about the child, and but I didn't see any bruising that looked that it was old. So they may have misquoted or misunderstood what I said, but I didn't see any old bruising.
So you don't believe you said that? You don't believe you said that?
No, I don't believe I said it.
That's all the questions I have right now.
All right. We need to redirect.
No, sir. All right. No, thank you.
May Reverend Mathis be excused.
Your Honor, I would ask he's under my subpoena as well, but he remains. He may have to be recalled.
All right. If you'll, Reverend Mathis, if you'll remain in the witness room in case you're recalled, and don't discuss your testimony with anybody because you're under the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Agent Samantha Ford.
All right, Agent Ford.
Swear the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat. I sent it. Will you check with Miles? Sorry, Judge, I'd moved so much stuff around over here, and I was looking for some documents that I was waiting for somebody to bring me from across the street, but I will go without them for the moment. All right. What's your name?
Samantha Ford.
Where are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation out of the Americus office here in Sumter County, Georgia.
And how long have you been employed by the GBI?
For 9 years.
As a special agent, what's your job in a general sense, in your generalized job duties?
Investigate crime, anything from theft all the way up to murder.
How does the GBI get involved in an investigation, at least typically?
Typically, we're a request agency, so chief of police, sheriff's office, district attorney's office, somebody like that requests us to help with the crime. In this particular case, I got requested by the Georgia Southwestern University campus police.
And when you were requested to become involved in this, when was that?
January 14th, 2024, approximately 2 p.m. in the afternoon.
As part of your investigation, did you at some point obtain information? Did you obtain information from various telephones, various cell phones?
Yes, I did.
And whose phones did you seize or obtain by request?
I obtained 2 separate phones from Julian Williams. I obtained a cellular phone from Trinity Poague, and I also gained access and consent to get Paris Permort's phone.
So the phone that you seized from Trinity Poague, or that you got from Trinity Poague, how did you get it?
During the interview that I conducted with Ms. Poague on the January 14th, we were discussing some videos during my interview that she was showing me in her phone. And at that point, I realized there was evidence in her phone, so I seized it.
And did you subsequently get a search warrant to permit you to, or permit the GBI to access the contents of the phone?
Yes, I did.
And after you got the search warrant for the phone, did someone in fact access the phone?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay, how do you do that?
So we have a device, it's a digital extraction device, and what it does is essentially makes a copy of all the information in the phone at that time and just makes an entire copy of it. And it doesn't do anything to the device other than copying the information. And so it stores it in a unreadable format, basically. And then you have to create a reader report or like a PDF report or something to be able to access the information inside the phone. You know, kind of make it easier for you to follow along and read and find information.
Did you, when you accessed the defendant's phone, Ms. Poague's phone, were you able to extract any text messages or instant messages that had been sent between Ms. Poague and Mr. Williams?
Yes, I was.
Speaking of which, is Trinity Poague in the courtroom?
Yes, she is.
Okay, can you kind of identify for us where she is and which individual she is in the courtroom?
Yes, she's sitting at the defense table. She's the middle female in the olive green shirt.
Okay. And you know her not only from result of this investigation, but I mean you have met with her personally and questioned her or interviewed her, filled out an arrest report, went through that whole process, the arrest process, et cetera, with her. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. So, and this is the same person you got the phone from?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. All right. So, when you access those messages from Ms. Poague to Mr. Williams, one of those messages, well, let me ask you, I'll do it this way. What's States 41? What is that document?
These are messages that were pulled out of, I believe it was Instagram, possibly Facebook. There were a couple of similar social media accounts that had similar names, and off the top of my head, I can't remember exactly which one. But these are messages that are not text messages from cell phone number to cell phone number, but in another format on social media. But this is one from Trinity to Julian, or Jay.
All right.
On
what's the date and time of it?
December 17th, 2023, and it is, let's see, I'm looking at the time difference. The only reason I'm looking at the time difference is because it's in UTC time. May I explain that real quick?
Yeah, I'll just ask you to do that in a moment anyway, so that's fine. You can go ahead and do that now.
So UTC time is Coordinated Universal Time. It is the time that is, it's whatever time it is at 0 degrees longitude, like the prime meridian, and it establishes a time for the entire world. And then like Eastern Standard Time would be -5 hours from that. So you would just subtract 5 off of what UTC time is to get the time, what it is right now. Like March to November, when the time changes, it would be -4 if that makes sense.
All right, so UTC time, why do these different reports, these various data sources, computers, phones, et cetera, why do they use UTC time? Do you know?
Well, it's a standard time because it's not, this device that we use, this program is not only here in Georgia, it's worldwide. So that's their standard to put it in UTC time, because crime doesn't only happen in Georgia, it happens everywhere, and phones change times and all of that, so it keeps it standardized, and then you can change it to whatever time zone you're in, just to make it easier for you.
Right, so you subtract some hours for Eastern Standard Time, you add some hours for time in Asia or other places.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, so you were trying to do the math and subtract 5 from that
Yes, sir.
timestamp?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me now what time that message was sent?
It looks to be around 11:24 p.m.
Okay.
So that would put it on the 10th, December the
And
10th.
December the 10th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what does that message say?
You want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Jay, I don't know if I can do this anymore. This weekend was a struggle for me, and I don't know what to do. I love you so much, but letting JD hit the wall and see the damage it did really hurt me, and it just lets me know that I don't have JD's best interest at heart. You should not be with a girl that doesn't love your son. I keep trying and trying, but nothing changes. Every time I see him, I cry. I cry because he looks like you, just like you, and a part of me wishes he wasn't yours. I cry because I realize that you and someone else share something so sweet, and that's love for him. I don't know what to do, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. Like when you called the face expression you gave me. I can't. I cannot be around him anymore. I'm sorry. I don't know where that leaves us, but I know that you will never make a decision. I want a family of my own, Jay. Every time I see him, I just want to cry. Seeing him happy and how he is with you at your house and how he is with me, he hates me, Jay. He cries nonstop with me.
All right. Now, I want to ask you to look at a different exhibit. This is from the group messages that also were extracted from her phone. And then this is the one that to show you State's Exhibit 42. And I'd like for you to tell the jury, if you can identify this, and if you need to see I pulled one sheet out of a packet. If you need to see the whole packet in order to identify it, I can address that. Did I tender 41, Your Honor? I thought I did. If I didn't, I would tender State's 41.
Any objection to 41?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Give me that packet. Do you know what that's from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that that you're holding?
These are some messages that I pulled out of Miss Poague's phone when I extracted the data. So when we do investigations, I'm just a piece of the investigation. You heard from crime scene earlier. I had my supervisor who was out on scene helping me do some interviews. He had done some witness interviews for me and given me information from some of the other witnesses on the hall that there was a group me message that involved several of the other students that were on the same hall as Miss Poague. And I had pulled these messages out of the group me message between some of them.
But these were messages that were on Ms. Poague's phone
Yes, sir, that's correct.
that had been sent and in some instances received in the group me text group.
Yes, sir,
right?
that's correct.
Okay, all right. So the message that, so the sheet that you're holding, State's Exhibit 42, is that true and accurate printout of what's included, or at least that portion of what's included in the phone?
Yes, it is.
Right. We tender State's 42.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, Submitted without objection.
There's a message on there. Let me look which one. It's the third one on that page. Okay. What's the date and time of that message?
December 10th, 2023, let's see, that's midnight. Probably about 10:36 p.m. Well, so we back it up. So it's December 9th at about 10:36 p.m.
And that message is to a group of girls in the residence hall where she lives. Is that right?
Yes, sir, based on my understanding of reading the entire thread.
Okay. And what does that message say?
This one says, y'all, I'm sorry if you hear this baby cry. He doesn't feel good, so everything he does, he cries about it. I promise I ain't killing him.
And that message was on December the 9th, which was the night before the message saying, I'm sorry for letting him hit the wall and doing the damage it did or whatever.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. When you were examining Ms. Poague's phone or examining the data that was extracted from Ms. Poague's phone, did you extract some data regarding some internet searches, web searches that were performed on the phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when were the web searches that you were looking at, were there any from January 14th, 2024?
Yes, sir, there were several.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what time were the web searches in question?
I don't remember at this moment without referring back to some things on exactly when they started, but in a general sense.
Well, if you need to look at your report or your notes, you can do so if you have those.
Yes, I do.
I
So I remember there were some that while we were still at the hospital. So just kind of a recap, I got called about 2 a.m. I don't live here in Sumter County, so it takes me a little bit of time to get over here. We were at the hospital for quite a while, and then we moved from the hospital over to America's Police Department here in town. So there were some at the hospital, and then there were some.
What time were they?
I've got some between 2:30 and 4. And then several more around 7 p.m.
Okay.
But there were also some, there were several around 2:30 p.m.
Okay. 2:30 p.m. on January 14th. Okay. All right. What were the web searches? What were the search terms that or search phrases that Ms. Poague typed into her phone? We're talking at this moment, about the 2:30 to 4 o'clock time frame. What were the messages that she typed in?
How do you get a brain bleed? And can a depressed skull fracture go unnoticed? And then there were also some searches on how to deactivate Facebook.
Okay.
And then there were a couple of other searches related to infant brain bleeds.
And those occurred when you say searches related to infant brain bleeds, was infant brain bleed the search term?
I don't remember if that was exactly what it was, but I also noted that there were some that consisted of phrases, what causes infant brain damage, and subarachnoid hemorrhages.
Right. And then you said there were some other web searches, Google searches, that occurred later that same day?
Yes, sir. There were some when I know to her to be Trinity to be at the hospital, but there were some that I know that she was sitting at the police department waiting on me to be interviewed.
So the 2:30 to 4 o'clock messages, those were, or not messages, but searches, those were where? Where was she when those were done?
She was at the hospital
Okay, and then the messages or the searches at 7 p.m., where were those done?
at the Americas Police Department.
Okay, and what did those, what terms did those searches include?
The ones around 7, they were searching for images about and information about skull fractures.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Agent Ford, you were the, I guess, for lack of a better term, you're the lead investigator for this particular case, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so you would be the one in charge of trying to make sure that a thorough and correct investigation was done, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And of course, when you first got called in, you knew that there was a child that had some severe injuries that led to the death, correct?
That's correct.
And you were aware at that time that the last 2 people that you knew were in close proximity to the child would have been Trinity Poague and the father, Julian Williams, correct?
That's correct.
So naturally, in an investigation, when you first start, the way you start off, most time I think, is the people most in close proximity that might be able to explain what happened or might even be possible suspects, correct?
Generally, yes, sir.
And in addition to those 2 people, as you got to doing your investigation, you were able to discover as well that although Julian Williams had the child was actually living with he and his sister, Elanie Bro, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And so you also knew that, and in the investigation, if you went a little further, you were able to determine that she really cared for the child more so than Mr. Williams, correct?
I don't really think that's correct, but I think that she did have some significant time caring for the child.
And they lived in Colquitt, Georgia, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
And but you did know that Mr. Williams, by interviewing him and whatnot, you were aware that Mr. Williams spent a great deal of time over here at Georgia Southwestern spending the night with Trinity Poague, correct?
That's correct.
And so each night he would be with Miss Poague would be a night, for the most part, that he was not with the child, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, sir, if he was here, he couldn't be there, so I can't
I
tell you.
understand sometimes he took the child with him and they spent the night, but that wasn't all that often, correct?
I mean, I just have what they've told me. I don't know exact time frames. I know that there were several times when JD has accompanied Mr. Williams here.
Yes. But other than those times, the rest he was by himself, and that would mean that Miss Burr was left in charge, correct?
I can't tell you exactly where he was and who had him, but from what I've been told, she has been a primary caregiver, yes.
Now, and then in investigating, you interviewed Mr. Williams and Miss Poague, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they were together when you first saw them at the hospital, correct?
I believe that's right.
I mean, I don't know if they were right side by side, but they were in the proximity of the hospital at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir, they were both at the hospital.
Now, when you interviewed them to begin with, did you put them in the same room and interview them then?
No, sir.
Why not?
That's not common practice for anybody to interview. When I interview people, I do my best not to interview them together, at least initially. So I try to get independent statements from people.
It'd be fair to state that the reason behind that is you want to hear what one person says and then the other and see if they match up?
Yes, sir, you want to get independent statements.
And if you put them in the room together, they tend to feed off each other and maybe you can't get a straight story, correct?
It's possible.
Depends on, I mean, sometimes they may be diametrically opposed and blame each other, but sometimes they may be together and conjure up a story together if you're asking with them there together, correct?
It's possible.
And would I be correct that GBI protocol basically would tell you that when you have that type of situation, you don't want both of them in the same room being interviewed, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say GBI protocol. I think it's law enforcement in general. Mm-hmm. I mean, I want to do a thorough investigation. I want independent information. Interview them separately.
And so that's what your training as a law enforcement officer has taught you, correct?
And common sense, sir.
And common sense. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good. So you interview Mr. Williams at first, correct? Not necessarily he was the first one interviewed, but you interviewed him. You interviewed, I'm not trying to get a timeline of which one first, but let me just go to your first interview with Mr. Williams, okay?
Okay.
Because I believe it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you had more than one interview with Mr. Williams, correct?
That's correct.
And your first interview, you talked to Mr. Williams about what happened. At that time, he told you that Trinity had called him on the phone, and he gathered from the phone call that there was distress with the child of some sort. She could just hear JD, or something of that nature. And he came back to the dorm room and immediately saw that the child had...
Restate your question. You're asking her what?
I'm asking about what Mr. Williams said. He's already testified, and he's present to testify again, you know.
Well, whether he's testified or not, it doesn't make that out-of-court statement not hearsay. I mean, if he wants to impeach Mr. Williams, there's a way of doing it. This isn't it.
Okay. Before we get into all the statements, I want to address that and something else with both of you. So I'm going to let the jury step into the jury. All right. Are you planning to ask her a series of questions about what the defendant told her in an interview?
Yes.
Okay.
About what the defendant told her, or what?
I mean, what
Not the defendant.
Williams.
We're going to get to the defendant. That's why I wanted to go ahead and get the jury out. But about what Mr. Williams said. All right. So, I mean, that is a hearsay statement. There would have to be some sort of an exception because it is a statement made by someone other than on the witness stand if it's asserted for the truth of the matter. So, so what exception would you be operating under?
As my understanding, the witness is present to testify, then the witness can be called to testify. That's the reason the hearsay exception exists, because you can't cross-examine a hearsay statement. You have no way to dispute it. But in this case, he's available to be able to testify and has testified.
Okay, but I don't think that's one of the exceptions. Now, like an impeachment or an inconsistent statement, I know those would be exceptions. And there are exceptions for when the witness is available to testify and when the witness is not available to testify. These under the, Georgia got away from the, more or less has adopted the federal rules of evidence. So, for any of these statements that you ask of what the defendant, what Mr. Williams said, it has to be under one of those exceptions, if I'm not mistaken. One of which would be if you asked him a question and said, "Did you say this?" and he denied saying that, then I think it would be a prior inconsistent statement. But otherwise, I think you've got to find one of the other exceptions. Am I wrong about that?
In my opinion, yes, Your Honor, but if that's the ruling, I accept it and I'll move forward to something else.
Okay. Now, the other question I wanted to ask you, well, I do think, I'm going to just be clear, 801C of the evidence code, 24-801C, dealing with hearsay. Hearsay means a statement other than one made by the declarant while testifying at the trial or hearing, offered in evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Doesn't matter whether he's here or not. And then there are a series of exceptions. I can't remember if that's 802 or 803 or what, but that deal with when the declarant is available. So it has to be under one of those exceptions if you ask her about any of the statements made by the witness, I think. Under
24-803, Your Honor, those are the exceptions for when the availability of the declarant is immaterial.
Okay. In 801D, is the one, a prior statement by a witness, if it's inconsistent, is admissible. Or impeachment. So I do think it has to be, under one of those exceptions if you're going to ask a series of questions about what he may have said. Now, we had this pretrial discussion about any statements that the defendant made to Officer Fort, and at this point, those statements have not been put into evidence. So, and I think the rule is, unless she's going to testify, you can't ask her about those statements.
Yes.
I thought you were on that page, but I wanted to make sure before it came up in front of the jury. Okay. So I'm going to flip to 803. All right, and that is the following shall not be excluded by hearsay, even though the declarant is available as a witness, and then it has a series of those. So those are the ones that we would have to be operating on if you asked her about anything that this defendant said. Okay. Well, let's bring back in. Wait, you need a. All right. Hey. Well, I guess wait just a second. All right, bring him in. All right, Mr. Gamble.
Thank you. Agent Ford, I'm going to ask you some about the interview. I'm not going to ask you about particulars about what was said in the interview, but I do want to ask you about about the interview. You interviewed Mr. Williams on more than one occasion, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did that all in the same day, or was there one day you did an interview and then met with him at a later time as well?
I interviewed him on the 14th, and then I want to say it was still the 14th, but it was really late, like going into the 15th. So I can't, without looking at the exact time, I know it was later that evening, and it possibly ended into the following day. Mm-hmm. And then I met with them, I don't remember if it was a week or 10 days after the incident happened. I met with him again.
So you had three, it may have been the same day for two of the interviews and then another one on a different day for 3 times.
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
And of course, you talked to Miss Trinity Poague a few times as well, correct?
That's correct.
A couple of times that day at the hospital, and then there was another time a little later with her as well, right?
I mean, what do you mean by talk?
Well, interview. Maybe the last time it wasn't really an interview.
The first time wasn't an interview. Later at the police department, yes, sir, there was an interview. There was a second interview at the police department, and that was it.
Okay, so let me get a little bit of feel for the investigation. I know that once you had done interviews with both parties, you went to the dorm, and I believe, or you or some of your agents tried to talk with as many of the people that were at the dorm as you could to see any knowledge they might have, correct?
One of my supervisor was at the dorm, yes, sir, and Agent Gibson.
And some of those interviews occurred with one or the other of them?
Some people on the hall, yes, sir.
And in addition to that, as you've already stated, you got the phones from both parties, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to Miss Poague's roommate as well, Miss Permont, correct?
I wasn't the initial interviewer, but I did do my own interview with her, yes, sir.
So you did your own interview, and there was someone else that talked to her as well, correct?
Yeah, it was a follow-up interview.
And of course, you had your medical examiner to give you some information about the injuries and that type thing, correct?
Yes, sir. I attended the autopsy.
And of course, we've already had the crime scene specialist that's testified about going to the scene and trying to collect evidence, correct?
That's correct.
And of course, you heard him testify already, but there's no evidence that he collected from that scene that you consider to be particularly useful in trying to make a decision one way or another about this case, correct?
Define useful.
Well, was anything that he did introduce to try to prove or disprove who did this?
Well, he took some photographs, so we didn't actually have to introduce what he collected, but the receipt that shows he was at Walmart.
So you did get a little bit that kind of confirmed where he was at near the time, correct?
Well, based on what the medical examiner testified to and what he told me back then, he wasn't present.
And you did get some video of them coming in and out of the dorm area within that time period, correct?
Yes, sir, there was some video.
And you were aware from an investigation that the child came with Mr. Williams to the Americas area, but actually met Miss Poague in Albany the Saturday night before this occurred on Sunday, correct?
That's correct.
And initially, the meeting was somewhere in Albany at Chipotle, and then they went to a couple of places, and you actually got some video from that to be able to kind of prove that they did indeed go there to eat, correct?
That's correct.
So that part of what was told was true, correct?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
And then they came back to the place where Trinity lived at the Oaks around 10 o'clock, give or take a few minutes, and you know that because you had the video of them coming in for the night, correct?
That's correct.
And you also know that it was a little bit of time after that before anyone went to sleep, and at least there's been testimony that apparently Mr. Williams was the first person to go to sleep, correct?
I don't know exactly when everybody went to sleep, but at some period or another he did go to sleep, yes.
And so the time window of when Miss Poague was around the child at any time where you could consider it to be alone would have been after 10 o'clock on Saturday night until Sunday at 12 around 12 when the child was taken to the hospital, correct?
You're saying that she was only around him by herself between those hours?
Yes. Well, I mean, I understand Mr. Williams was there in the room, but he might have been asleep.
I mean, I wasn't present. Based on some statements that have been made to me, yes, she was with him at some point after 10 p.m. and had access and was around him all the way up until they left the dorm room 12:35-ish on Sunday p.m.
Yep. So you had 10 o'clock at night, that's 2 hours and 12, it's about 14 hours worth of time, give or take 30 minutes, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Now, you were investigating this particular incident at the time that you got there fairly quickly, I believe. You began to determine that you thought it involved some type of child abuse, correct?
The information provided to me was consistent with that, yes.
And so because of that, you needed to do an investigation to try to determine the who, what, where, and why involving that, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And in trying to make that determination, one thing that can be important in child abuse cases, a lot of times that child abuse kind of leads up to bad things happening at the end, but before that, there's a child that may be getting abused before an incident happens that leads to their death, correct?
I've seen it kind of both ways.
Right. I mean, it's not always that way. Sometimes it's a one-time thing, correct?
That's correct.
But you do know that sometimes there's a lead-up, which means that you would want to try to check some background to see if that's possible, correct?
Sometimes, if special circumstances
Well, this particular case, your own medical examiner and at least some of your doctor reports seem to indicate that they not believe all the injuries happened at the same exact time, correct?
I believe he said it's possible they occurred at different times.
Well, I mean, he said some things, I believe, didn't he, that he thought could not have happened at the same time.
I mean, are you saying at the same event? Are you saying on the same day? I don't think I'm quite understanding what you mean.
Well, in questioning him, he had said some things he thought it could have happened only in an hour or so, that only an hour window, and some he believed may have a window as much as 24 hours or 36 hours, that type thing, concerning certain injuries he saw. You recall that type of testimony?
I recall him saying they could have happened at the same time, but because you can't age bruises like that, it could have been more, but they also could have been at the same time.
Well, with those injuries, isn't it important to try to determine the history of that child to some extent, to be able to determine if the child was subject to any kind of abuse in the past?
I believe I did that, sir.
Well, I mean, you did determine, one, you got all the medical records for when the child had gone to the doctor, correct?
I did.
And those records, what did they tell you?
That he didn't have anything wrong with him. He had had some checkups, and I didn't see anything that alerted that he had anything wrong with him. But again, I'm not a medical doctor, so I can't make specific determinations about that.
You didn't see anything wrong with the fact you hadn't been to the doctor at all in almost a year?
I don't remember the time frame on that.
Your Honor, it's irrelevant, first of all, whether she observed, whether she knew that or not, and it's also irrelevant whether she thought it mattered.
It's not irrelevant, Your Honor. I'm entitled to a thorough and sifting cross-examination in determining whether or not this investigation was properly performed is tantamount.
I'll allow that question.
Thank you. You do not think that was an important issue?
I'm not going to say it's not important, but based on the immediate injuries to the child and the severity of the injuries at the time, and based on what we know is the cause of death of the child, that didn't matter. That wasn't important.
Well, you interviewed both of those parties, but did you ever go to the home where the child lived?
No, I did not.
So if you sit here today, if I wanted you to, you don't even really know the physical structure of where that child was residing before this happened, correct?
That's correct.
And you have not interviewed anyone that is connected, let's say, to Mr. Williams as far as any of his friends, have you?
His friends, like,
Yes.
no. Family, not friends.
You didn't, but I'll get the fabulous say, but friends, you didn't try to find anybody you would consider close to him and interview them to determine if they knew anything about his relationship with the child, did you?
That's correct.
You didn't go to his job site and meet any people he works with to ask them about it, did you?
No, I did not.
You did not ask any of the neighbors about what they may have observed around that household in the past, did you?
No, I didn't.
And the only other person, the family members you interviewed was the Shante Burr that sometimes keeps the child, correct?
Well, she's one of the primary caregivers, so she was crucial to interview. So yes, we interviewed her.
She was crucial to interview. You asked her some about whether she was the caretaker for the child and that type thing, correct?
Another agency, but yes.
You were trying to find out background about it, but other than interviewing Miss Burr, you didn't determine. Nobody tried to determine whether or not she was dating anybody, did they?
I'm sorry,
Ms. Burr?
Trying to
Yes.
determine if what?
If she was dating anybody.
No, sir. Her relationship status was not of concern to this investigation.
Well, if she had a boyfriend or someone she was involved with that potentially could abuse a child, wouldn't that be important to know?
Objection. It's irrelevant. There's no evidence of prior abuse. And the cause of death in this case, the undisputed testimony by every physician in this case is that this child died as a result of an injury that he had incurred within an hour.
All right, what's your response to this?
Well, that is not the entire testimony from any of those experts. Those experts went back as far as 48 hours with some of the injuries they said could be, and that leaves in a time frame in which she could not have been the person responsible for, and if it turns out that there were injuries that occurred on a Friday or a Thursday, they could not have been her.
All right, I'm going to allow the questions. The jury will make a determination of what is or is not pertinent.
Thank you, Alan. You didn't, and you don't consider that to be important of what type person she might be dating as far as exposing the child?
No, sir.
Didn't feel like that was important to know?
Based on the videos and the pictures and the evidence that we have on January the 13th, 2024, the child didn't have any injuries. And then we go into the 14th, and all of a sudden he's got catastrophic injuries where he is dying. And he is taken to the hospital where he ultimately is deceased. Now, we've got videos of JD where he was fine the night before. So, no, sir, I did not think that anything that happened with Miss Burr's relationship status prior to the time when we know the injuries were sustained had anything to do with his death.
Now, when you did your first interview with Mr. Williams, you stated you did a second follow-up, correct?
Correct.
And then even a third one later on, right?
Yes, sir.
And there was a reason you did a follow-up was because you didn't believe that everything he was telling you exactly matched up with what you were investigating, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The agent's subjective beliefs, one way or the other, or motives for conducting an interview are not relevant at all. I mean, whether she conducted an interview, or I mean, she can testify if she did or she didn't. But
I think that question asked her to give a judgment on the truthfulness of another witness. I'm not going to allow that question.
Well, when you got the second interview and the third interview, in one of those interviews when he came back, not the first one, but the follow-up ones, he came to be interviewed, he was with his sister had brought him to the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he came in to be interviewed by you because you were trying to follow up to make sure that your investigation was proper and looked at everything before making decisions, correct?
Generally speaking.
And so you bring him in, and in that interview at some point, you begin to interview him, and you're not satisfied with exactly what he's saying. So you brought Miss Burr into the interview room and interviewed them together, didn't you?
I don't believe it was like that. Ms. Burr had a video on her phone that I knew of, and I brought her into the interview so that we could get the video and ask him if that was the video he was talking about. That's what I remember.
But you were asking questions about that video, times that it occurred, when it was downloaded, when it got sent, all that type stuff, correct?
I did ask that, I believe, yes.
And that was with both of them present, correct?
We had already referenced it in prior interviews, though.
And there had been some discrepancies you were trying to hash through, correct?
Without listening to it again, if you pointed to something specific, I might could, but I don't recall that.
You will acknowledge that you're violating the rule you just told me about not having two people being interviewed at the same time, correct?
No, sir, that's not true at all.
Not true.
No, what you're saying about violating rules, I'd already gotten their independent statements.
Mm-hmm.
This was to follow up and get the video with them together. So that's not the same thing.
So is your testimony under oath today that the only purpose that you had for those two meeting together was just so you could see that video?
Objection. Her purpose in conducting an interview is irrelevant.
I'll overrule that. I'll let her answer that question.
I can't give you exactly what I was thinking at that time 2 years ago, but anytime I have somebody to interview, I'm going to ask some follow-up questions, but I do remember specifically that video was important.
Now, you do acknowledge that the picture that we've shown earlier of the diaper that showed the diaper that Dr. Busman testified he believed had blood in it, that diaper was not available for the defense to be able to test anything from it, correct?
Correct.
And you would acknowledge that was a piece of evidence that was involved in at least and recovered from the area where the supposed crime scene occurred, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily call it evidence. It was in there with a lot of other trash. All the other trash wasn't evidence either. It's just a piece of the story.
Well, a piece of the story that if it could be tested could have determined whether or not blood was in the fecal matter, correct?
I mean, I'm pretty sure we've established that you can do a test for it. However, there wasn't any blood in it.
But your expert technician that testified, he didn't believe there was any blood in it, correct?
And that's correct. I believe him.
Over Dr. Busman.
Yes, sir, I do. I've worked 9 years with Agent Gibson. We've worked numerous homicides together. He is trained by some of the best people. If he tells me there was no blood in the diaper, there was no blood in the diaper.
Well, no need to ever have a test for blood, then, is there?
He is a bloodstain pattern analysis expert. He's looked at more blood than I can ever imagine to. If he knew there was blood in it or saw anything to be blood in it, he would have tested it. And he has a kit on him that he could do on scene if he saw blood.
I mean, he can just eyeball it. He doesn't need a test, right?
It appeared to be a dirty diaper that
It
is
definitely did appear
routine.
that. Isn't the truth of the matter is that you'd already made a rush to judgment on who was going to be responsible for this, so trying to keep the diaper didn't really matter because you'd already made a decision that Trinity was the one responsible and there was no need to do an investigation any further.
That's untrue.
So that's not the reason why you didn't follow up over in Colquitt and try to find out anything about backgrounds or anything of that nature, correct?
I wouldn't say I didn't follow up and do anything on backgrounds. I did conduct some background information.
Did you run a criminal background check on Mr. Williams?
I did.
Is that part of the case file?
It is not. We don't typically always put criminal histories in there because not everybody who has access to it is certified under GCIC.
But the criminal defendant is allowed to receive all of your investigatory file of any information that involves this case, correct? Correct?
If you want to go down this road, I think it's something that should be taken up outside the presence of the jury.
I would have a motion on that, John.
All right, is that your last question?
Yes, on that for the moment,
I
John.
don't even know if I
We'll
can
get
come
back
back
to that. Do you have any redirect, Mr. Lamb?
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we'll let the jury step out for just a second. I'll tell you what, wait right there. Chet, are you back? Chet, are you back? Where some of the jurors want to go downstairs, but I want a bailiff to go with them if they do. Okay. All right, so y'all can step in. We'll take a 15-minute recess. You can step down.
I'm just going to put these exhibits right there. Is that?
Yeah. All right. What do either of you want to address about the criminal history of the defendant?
Yeah, I would address that I have a right to that criminal history. It's not been provided by the state. I've moved for a mistrial, but those information that is relative to this case has not been provided and has been denied the defendant, which he has a right to. And I don't know what it says, but Mr. Williams already testified. We did not have that provided to us. I could not use it for cross-examination or even determine. I don't know what it says, and I'm not directly blaming any particular person on it, but it's supposed to be provided to us. We are allowed to have it. We don't have it, and that's a Brady violation, Your Honor.
Well, I guess that depends on what's in it. If it's a Brady violation, right?
Well, I mean, I think that they're required, regardless of what it shows, to provide whether this is culpatory or it's not. If it's great for the defense or it's great for the state is really sort of irrelevant. The part is whether or not it is part of the case file. Is it part of their investigation? Just like when they interview someone who says, I know nothing about the case, they still have to provide you with that.
What's your response, Mr. Planner?
Well, Judge, if we received it as part of a case file, then as far as I know, it was served. I'm looking. I'm not even sure that we have a copy of a criminal history on him. There's nothing in the statute that entitles him to a copy of the criminal history in a vacuum. I mean, of any particular person. What he's entitled to is the things that are listed in the discovery statute, which I haven't pulled up because this is not something we would normally deal with in the middle of a trial. I do know that if at any point, someone had said, hey, we don't have a copy of his criminal history, do you have one? I would have said either I don't have one or I do. If I have one, I'd give it to you. If I don't have one, I'd probably get one and for the purpose of providing it to him.
Okay.
And so it is not part of as far as I know, it's not part of my file. I don't think we have one. I don't think there's a.
She says she ran a criminal history. I don't know if that means it was printed out and put in the file or what. I guess you could ask her the question to clarify that. You want to come back up?
Did you print one?
Just so we'll make a record of it. I don't. But I do wonder, was the criminal history ever requested by the defense?
Yeah, the criminal history was not requested. We were not aware it had been run. I mean, I realize we could have tried to make some kind of. I realize you maybe could try a motion to say that, but
It's
that's
been a
just
while, but I thought you could. Since this has come up, but I thought you could ask for a criminal history on any witness of the state's witnesses. Am I dreaming that up, or is that in a?
There's a process that they can. If I have criminal histories on witnesses, then we provide them as part of discovery.
Okay.
There's a process by which they can a defense.
I thought there was a statute where it could be.
There is. There's a statute that provides for a defense lawyer's ability to obtain a copy of criminal history of witnesses, his witnesses, my witnesses, or any other. But that's not what. But that's not the process that's involved here. All right.
Was a criminal history printed out, ran? What did you mean by ran?
We, as agents, we don't actually run the criminal histories. We have to get a criminal intelligence analyst to run it. Mm-hmm. So they conducted a criminal history, and I do remember reading one, but it wasn't printed out. It wasn't like it was made a part of the case file as anything.
How did you read it?
They give it in a secure portal to us.
Because you read it on a computer.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do y'all have any follow-up questions about that? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right. But it was not made part of the case file.
No, sir. It's standard to
Okay.
run criminal histories on people when we go interview them, like if we're going to go to a house or talk to somebody. Safety purposes for the officer.
All right. Do you have any questions for her about that?
Well, I suppose I have a question, and that is that when there's a criminal history run, my understanding was, at least typically, I would get as part of a GBI report, I would get an exhibit, which says, provided intel information about this person or that person or whatever, and it would have attached whatever intel information was obtained. If there's no summary that says that, then does that mean you ever actually obtained the intel report?
Sometimes we obtain intel just to locate somebody, or make sure that we get a driver's license photo to make sure somebody looks on their photo like they are in person and who they're pretending and portraying them to be.
When you request an intel report, isn't there typically a summary that says intel requested,
Yes.
and then whatever you receive from the intelligence agency or the intelligence department, whatever,
Yes.
that gets attached to that summary?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any summary in this case that says that there was an intel request?
No, there's not.
Okay. So if there's not a summary saying there's an intel request, are you even certain that you did an intel request in this case?
No, sir, I'm not.
Just kind of thinking that you probably would have, basically. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all. I don't have any further questions.
Any other questions?
Well, no, Your Honor, but trying to say that I didn't make a report, so therefore it doesn't have to be revealed, flies straight in the face of what statutorily they're required to provide to us. And now him trying to rehabilitate is not effective.
Well, I'm going to let her step back, and I'll let y'all make any more argument. You can step that down. So you're making a motion for a mistrial because of you believe they accessed a criminal history report and you weren't provided it.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. What's your response to that?
I don't know that there is any. He asked her, did you run a criminal history? She says yes. Okay, but then once you start, question a little further, it's like, well, wait a minute, maybe I actually didn't. It's just sort of I might normally would, but when it's normally done, it gets attached to a summary. I mean, there's a summary saying I ran the criminal history, or I requested an intel report, I guess is what it typically would say, and then whatever information came from intel would be attached to the summary and be provided. And so, when we get the reports, I mean, if there's no summary that says that, then there's, nothing that triggers us running a criminal history. And so I'm pretty certain that we've never seen one.
All right.
And that, and whether it is, in any event, before the court could even consider, I think before the court could consider any motion or anything related to this issue, there'd have to be some showing of whether there was prejudice, which means there'd have to be some showing that that a report did exist, that the report was in the hands at some point of the GBI or the state. It wasn't in the hands of the DA's office, but for these purposes, police agency is part of the state. And third, it would have to be established that the report in some way contained exculpatory or impeaching information, and those criteria have not been met.
All right. Well, I don't know that there was a report. There is testimony that she reviewed a report, but based upon what's before me, I'm not granting a mistrial. I guess that's something y'all can address, but the record's clear, and y'all can address it post-trial if necessary. All right. We'll be in recess for another 10 minutes. I'll come back at 11:30. Do you anticipate other witnesses?
Right now, I do not, Your Honor. I mean, there's still one witness that I have started to call 3 times this morning and changed my mind each time, and I guess I ultimately will get to the point where I have to make a decision
Well,
whether I'm going to call her or not. So, yes, sir.
All right. Well, if you did call that witness, would it be a lengthy witness? I'm
No,
just trying to plan
no, sir,
the day.
it would not.
Okay.
It
All
would
right.
not.
So I think regardless of whether you call a witness or not, the next step for the jury is going to be a lunch break. Okay? An early lunch break.
So you're going to finish this?
Don't you think that would be a...
Yes, I don't have a whole lot. I've got a few more questions, but it won't be very long.
Oh, you had more questions. I thought you...
Well, it's fine if we pick it up after lunch if you want to.
No, I want to finish this witness, but
Yes.
when we stopped, I asked you to finish your cross-examination, and you said you did, and then I asked if there was any redirect.
I did. I apologize. There's a
But
couple
you need
things
to ask us some more
there's some
questions.
things I need to ask. Not about the that, but something
Okay.
else.
All right. Well, we'll do that when we get back to Ms. Agent Fort.
So we're going to start back at 11:30.
Yes, sir. It'd be worse than not having the court reporter in here. Yeah, too. All right, Mr. Gamble, you can continue your cross-examination.
Thank you. Agent Fort, would you agree with me that in your investigation, there's really no evidence of any type, what I would call instrument or weapon used that caused these injuries to the child?
No, sir, I don't think we made a determination exactly what caused that. That's right.
So you're saying it's kind of up in the air as to whether or not it was some type of instrument like a board or a paddle or something, or just someone's hands?
I believe we know that it was blunt force trauma. Blunt force trauma can be near about anything.
Correct. I mean, we've already kind of gone over that range earlier with some of the doctors, but you can have blunt force trauma from a significant high fall, like from 50 feet high, correct?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, that caused some blunt force to you, right?
Right.
Bad car wreck would cause blunt force, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would object that, I mean, I don't think she's not qualified as an expert for the purpose of answering these questions. And I mean, if in fact those things have already been established by other witnesses and they've been established by other witnesses, to ask her to comment on that at this point is essentially asking her to comment on the testimony of another witness.
Gamble. Well, then if that indeed is true, then she's not qualified to say it's a blunt force injury at all, Your Honor. If that's what the state is saying, we'll accept that and move on.
Well, I don't think asking her questions about exactly what it could have been, you hadn't laid that foundation. So I will ask you to move on from that line of question.
Without going into all the potentials what blunt force could be, you do look at a body sometime in your investigation and try to determine if anything was used to cause injury to the body, correct?
Yes.
And you've been trained in that in your handlings of investigations through the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
I have not been trained in instrument patterns, no.
So you don't really know then. So your earlier statement is you don't know what caused the blunt force injury. You just know it was blunt force injury, correct?
That's correct.
Now, did you ever at any time look at or observe the hands of Mr. Williams?
I mean, I've seen them, yes.
Did you take photographs of them?
No, sir.
Now, have you had times in the past when you had situations in which you believe someone had used their fist or hands to cause injury that you took photographs to try to see?
I have done that, yes.
But it wasn't done here, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you would agree with me, Mr. Williams is a fairly good-sized guy, correct?
I mean, that's subjective. So I can't really answer that.
You don't think that he looks sort of strong and powerful?
Again, that's subjective.
Well, from your own objective viewpoint, do you believe he could cause great injury with his bare hands if he wanted to?
Depends on who it is he's trying to cause harm to.
Could he do that to a small child?
I guess it's possible.
Now, you've heard testimony about his jacket maybe having some type of substance on it. Did you take that jacket into evidence?
I did not.
That's all the questions I have now.
All right, any reader ready?
Did you, on the day in question, on January 14th, did you see Julian Williams face to face?
Yes, I did.
Did you spend some time with him?
Yes, I did.
Where?
I might have spoken to him at the hospital briefly, but I spent, 4+ hours with him at the Americas Police Department.
And were you able to see what he was wearing?
Yes, I was.
Did you observe anything about it or that appeared to be vomit?
Yes, sir. There was some stains. I believe they were on his right shoulder and collar of a shirt.
And did you have any conversation with him about those?
I asked him about it.
Let's just say hypothetically that you decided that you wanted to take his jacket. So if you took his jacket and you wrapped it up, put it in an evidence bag, put a tag on it, and sent it to the crime lab, okay? So what would you do? You'd drop it off at the drop box in Columbus, right, for the crime lab.
That's correct.
And so you drop it off there at the crime lab, and you put some kind of a request on it when you do that.
That's right.
So the request in this case what request could you make of the crime lab with regard to testing the jacket?
There's not really a test for us to send up there and ask the lab if this is vomit on his jacket.
Have you ever submitted vomit to the crime lab for testing to determine if it was vomit?
No, sir, I haven't.
Have you ever submitted vomit to the crime lab for the purpose of determining DNA or obtaining DNA?
No, sir, I haven't.
If you sent a request to the crime lab and said, okay, we want to confirm whether this vomit came from this person. When somebody says the vomit came from that person and that person has been vomiting and they've been in and out talking to police officers all day long, okay, would there be any value in trying to get a report that says, yes, that's vomit and it came from the person who he said it came from?
No, sir, there's no value in that.
Was there any question like maybe 2 people vomited on his jacket that day and you're trying to determine which one of them it was?
No, sir, that was not a theory or any information relevant to this case. It never came up.
Okay. So when you make those kinds of when you submit testing requests to the crime lab, do you do it for every item that may possibly be connected with a person in some way?
Are you asking if we send every item we collect?
You collect every item and send it to the crime lab to determine if it's connected with a particular person.
No, sir.
Would you, for instance, have sent a request to have the sippy cup tested to see if it had the baby's DNA on it?
No, sir, we wouldn't have done that.
Okay. Why? Why wouldn't you just send them everything, Agent Fort, and get, a vault full of testing on every case?
It takes considerable time to test all of this evidence, and there was nothing contrary to believe that anybody other than the baby was using the sippy cup.
So you would only ask for testing if there was an issue that was in dispute and that issue was material to the investigation in some way?
That's correct.
Okay. And who makes that initial determination as to whether or not it's material in some way?
Usually the agent's crime scene or other agents.
That's part of your job or Gibson's job or whoever, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
That's all.
Any other cross?
Couple, Your Honor. So Agent Gibson, the one that decided the diaper wasn't important, would be the same one that would decide about the jacket, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It would be you?
Agent Gibson was at the scene, and I was interviewing Mr. Williams. So
Now, no one has made a request for you to test that jacket from the defense side, have they?
No, sir, not
And-
that I'm aware.
But that it is kind of confusing, the issue, because no one's saying you should have tested the jacket, but if you wanted to try to prove whether or not there was vomit at all that occurred from that child, wouldn't the best way be to prove that, to provide the evidence of the jacket with the vomit so it could be seen?
I'm sorry, that was a little, can you reword that?
Well, let's say if you've got evidence, you've got the evidence here, there's some dispute or questions about whether or not the child vomited, when the child vomited, that type thing. We know that was at least raised that the child may have vomited, correct?
Correct.
And the best way to prove whether or not the child vomited would be able to provide the physical evidence of here's the jacket with the vomit on it, correct?
Theoretically, but, I mean, I guess that's possible.
So it had evidentiary value, not that it needed to be tested, but it had actual evidentiary value, did it not?
No, sir, it didn't.
Because it's not important to you to be able to prove that fact, you just want it to be whatever you say, is that right?
No, sir, that's incorrect as well.
But you didn't feel like it was important enough to save?
I mean, it's in videos, it's in pictures. We acknowledged it and we talked about it. There's multiple law enforcement who saw it. I mean, the only value it holds is the child threw up. We have somebody who testified that the child threw up. When he's at the hospital, it smelled like some sort of bodily fluid, similar to what vomit smells like. It just proves that the child threw up.
That's all the question I have, then.
All right, may this witness be excused?
She may be, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
No, Judge, I got another question. I'm sorry. I apologize. I really do. I apologize. What is an intel report? I mean, in general, what is an intel report?
An intel report or intelligence request?
An intelligence request.
Typically, an intelligence request is something when we're trying to locate somebody or obtain a lot of information about somebody involved in a case, where we need their background information, driver's license, social security number to prove that's them, addresses, phone numbers, social media. Have they been involved in any cases before? Do we have any other intel requests on them in the past? Something of that nature.
Okay. And do you do an intelligence request, an intel request, on every person who's a witness in a case?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you request a criminal history on people who are witnesses in cases?
No, sir.
In fact, y'all aren't even allowed to run a criminal history for me if I say, can you run a criminal history for me if you don't have a case, right? Isn't that right?
That's correct.
I mean, you gotta have a case number in order to run a criminal history, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not running criminal histories are there some statutes, some laws about it?
Yes, there are.
You have to take the security and integrity certification course once every 2 years.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't have that certificate, if you don't complete that in that time, you're not even allowed to view a criminal history.
That's correct.
Can't request one.
That's correct.
The laws are pretty restricted about it, aren't they?
Yes, sir, they are.
If he wants to direct, but he is feeding the witness.
I suppose I am leading. I was trying to get through it quickly. Would you run a criminal history on an individual just because you were curious about him?
No, it would either be for an intelligence request or officer safety.
Nothing further.
Any other questions?
Just one or two follow-ups, Your Honor. But if someone is a suspect in an investigation in which you're about to charge them, may charge them, or are going to charge them, often you do run background checks then, do you not?
Sometimes.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
I mean, sometimes we do, yes, sir.
What do I say?
All right, may this witness step down.
Yes, sir.
You can have a seat. All right, Mr. Lamb, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, subject to confirming that all of my exhibits have been tendered and admitted by the court, the state would rest at this time.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested its case. Customarily, there are a few items we need to address before we proceed at this juncture in the trial. So I'm going to, and it's 11:45, so I'm going to go ahead and let you take your break to lunch. I'm going to ask that you return to the jury room at 1:10. So just a little bit after 1, you'll get a little bit extra time today. So keep my instructions in mind. You've done great so far. Let's keep it up, and I'll see you back in the jury room at 1:10. All right, are there any matters we need to address before we call on the defense?
Other, you mean motions, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
We would, again, make a motion for directed verdict in this case on a couple of grounds, Your Honor.
All right, I'll hear from you.
First, we would renew the motion we had filed earlier, whereby spoliation of evidence was the issue. At the time we made the motion, the court recognized that we did not know for certain concerning the diaper and what was contained in it and those type things. But since then, the state's presented their case. Their own expert, Dr. Busman, has said with certainty that he believes that the diaper contained blood, and with certainty that the test could easily be run, and potentially that it could be caused by some type of abuse. Not necessarily that it was, but it could be. And all of those things were things we needed to be able to test and be able to bring to court to try to prove, but we were denied the chance to do so other than just testimony from Dr. Busman. That was a GBI agent that testified, supposed expert concerning gathering of evidence and working crime scenes. That, quite frankly, I believe perjured himself by saying he did not believe that there was any type of blood test that existed for fecal matter, and he had never heard of it, and that the diaper did not appear that it had any blood in it, all of which are astounding in themselves that he made those statements. So first of all, we would ask from the spoliation motion that this case be directed a verdict in our favor, notwithstanding any verdict that a jury might wish to grant here because of that. And then secondly, we'd have a second motion if you want me to go through that, Your Honor, or if you want us to go one at a time. I'm not sure which way you want to handle it.
I'd let you go ahead and address all of your motions.
The second thing is the crime technician himself, when I asked him directly, did he gather any evidence at all, anything from the crime scene that could be used as evidence, and his response was no. And then the only evidence otherwise to say that came from that area would be a receipt that was testified to a moment ago that would establish that someone was at Walmart at a certain time. There's been much evidence presented in this case about injury to a child and about blunt force injury. But we've had the lead investigating agent for the state admitting they do not know in what way that was inflicted, not in any way. They can't testify to it in any way, shape, form, or fashion. So they have no evidence about what caused it. They have no evidence about where it happened. What they have is a large bit of suspicion, which I had said in opening in a way of that same way. This case has much suspicion and very little evidence. They've got a lot of what they suspect happened, but they had no evidence other than injuries testified to by experts, and those experts freely admitting they have no idea who did that. And then at best you have competing people that might be considered to be possible suspects, and maybe more than two, depending on how you look at it. The state cannot have met their burden beyond a reasonable doubt in this case, and we would ask that the court rule in favor of the defendant not guilty.
All right, Mr. Lamb.
With respect to the renewal of the spoliation motion, first of all, under any circumstances, I don't think there's any legal authority that would support the granting of a directed verdict based on that motion. Second, Busman didn't say with certainty that the diaper contained blood. Busman said that he looked up at the picture on the computer screen. He said, "Yeah, that looks like it could have blood. It could have blood in it. It's got a little bit of a reddish tint or something like that." Later, however, Busman said, "Well, it could be red dye. Don't know what the child ate or something." It also is, with all due respect, and I think Dr. Busman is a fine doctor. Heck, he's my doctor, and I think he did a great job of dealing with with the issues in this case. With dealing with the issues in this child's medical treatment and all of that. Okay, but neither he nor really anyone else is qualified to look at a photograph and say that item contains blood. I mean, from looking at a photograph, there's no way to do that. And to ask him, does it look like it's got blood in it? Yeah, it looks like it's got blood in it. It's red, it's reddish or whatever. He's looking at a photograph. He's not looking at a diaper. The person who looked at the diaper, okay, who is qualified and highly experienced in examining crime scenes and, making determinations about blood, observing things that appear to be blood, doing tests, presumptive tests, field tests, as it were, for blood and so forth, said, I looked at it. If I thought that there was anything that looked like blood in it, then yes, I would have taken it. But it was just a dirty diaper. It didn't look red when you were looking at it with your naked eye, because these photographs were taken at night under a flash, and who knows what distortion that induces. But in any event, he says, it doesn't look like it didn't look like it had blood in it, so I didn't collect it. He didn't perjure himself. He said that he wasn't aware of anything that they would send to the crime lab to determine if there was blood in feces or something to that effect. So he wasn't familiar with whatever this Hemocult or something, that test. Okay, Hemocult is a test that's used in a medical environment, in a medical setting. I don't know if they have Hemocult tests at the crime lab or not. What Gibson went on to say, though, was I have tests in my vehicle. I have tests right there available to me. Anything I see that looks like blood, that I have a question about whether it possibly could be blood, then I can test it. And I've tested all sorts of things, even things that turned out not to have blood on them. I made the comment, I think, at one point in the trial to one witness or another. He'll tell if you spill red Kool-Aid, they'll test it. But he didn't see anything that justified or warranted a test. And so he didn't collect the diaper. Finally, even if he had collected the diaper, and even if the diaper had blood in it, it wouldn't have any relevance to the outcome of this case, because there's nothing that would have been revealed, and all three medical doctors testified to this. There was nothing that would be revealed by a bloody diaper that would affect their opinions about the cause of death. The cause of death in this case was a tremendous impact, a massive blow, a massive head injury, and they said that's the cause of death. The kidney wasn't the cause of death. The bruises weren't the cause of death. A poopy diaper wasn't the cause of death. Furthermore, the medical examiner who got this body was preserved immediately upon death. Okay, so somewhere from 6, 8, 12 hours after that diaper was created, after that point, 6, 8, 10, 12 hours later, this body was, the body of the decedent was preserved and sent to the crime lab. And Dr. Clark testified that he examined the intestines and there was no injury. There was no blood. He examined the colon. There was no injury. There was no blood. He examined the GI tract essentially from top to bottom, and there was no blood. So well, what about the blood internally? Couldn't that, seep into the intestines? I don't remember if Bussman was asked this question, but Olick was asked this question, and Clark was asked this question, and they both said there's no way. There's no anatomical pathway for the blood around the liver that's being collected. If you look at that exhibit that was put into evidence, you'll see, the blood that there is a photograph of there is essentially, it is essentially sealed in one of the compartments of the body. I can't remember whatever the cavity was called. I can't remember what it was. But it doesn't get to the intestines. It wouldn't come out in a bowel movement at any point. So even if we should be able to test the diaper, there's no reason to believe that testing the diaper would have accomplished anything. It wouldn't have changed the outcome, and there's no reason to believe that it would have been confirmed that there was blood. The child was eating, they said was eating barbecue Fritos. If he was eating barbecue Fritos, well, sometimes that may make the bowel movement red too. But there's nothing that connects that diaper to this case, to the injuries in this case, or to the other evidence in the case.
All right. Address the directed verdict motion.
I'm not aware of any case that's ever been decided in the state of Georgia that says that you must have evidence from a crime scene. I'm not aware of any case that's ever been decided in the state of Georgia that says you must have specific evidence of an instrument or the means by which blunt force trauma was affected upon someone. And the reason that that's not necessary to have is because there are so many things that you simply can't account for them. What the testimony was in this case was that if Dr. Clark, I think, exhibited it or demonstrated, he said, if you took somebody took an infant, a child, by the shoulders like this, and slammed them down on a hard surface, and he used, I think he said, the floor, a desk, a chair. He may have said the wall, but if you took someone and you slammed their body down like that, a lightweight child, and you slam their body down like that with enough force that would be enough force to cause the injuries. That would be the type of trauma that could cause the injuries. To say if you can't specify which particular item was used to inflict the trauma, to say that means that a defendant is entitled to a pass, that she's entitled to walk because we don't know whether she slammed that child's head against the bed frame or against the desk or against the chair or down on the floor. To say that is to say, look, if you just make a little effort to not let the weapon be found, then murder's free in Georgia. I think it's an absurd argument. The evidence here is sufficient for a jury to make the determination of the following things: that this child received injuries during a specific time frame, a time frame that extended no more than 30 to 60 minutes from the time he presented at the hospital. Maybe less, but no more than 30 to 60 minutes. That the child received that trauma during that time frame. And during that time frame, the evidence is sufficient for the jury to make the determination. I grant you it's an issue of fact, but it's always an issue of fact. That's why we have juries. But it is certainly sufficient for the jury to make the determination that there was only one person in the room that could have inflicted this trauma on the child. And if they believe that that child was healthy and okay when Jay Williams walked out of that room at 11:55 to go get pizza, if they believe that, and I submit to the court that there would be ample reason that they should believe that, but if they do, and when he comes back at 12:31, his baby is essentially brain dead and in literally a mortal countdown at that point. That, it's just a matter of time. And the only person who was with the child and who had access to the child during that intervening time period was Trinity Poague, and the evidence is undisputed about that. Then that is ample evidence for the jury to find that she committed the offenses of cruelty to a child, that she committed the offense of aggravated battery, and that ultimately committed the offenses of felony murder and murder.
All right.
The motion should be denied.
I do think that the case, albeit primarily circumstantial and reliant on the testimony of Mr. Williams about the condition of the child when he left, and then the medical witnesses about the potential timing of the injuries, is sufficient to create a jury question as to whether or not she's guilty of the offenses. There's plenty to argue about, but I do think, depending on what the jury finds about those facts, that their verdict would be supported. So I'm going to deny the motion for directed verdict. Nothing has changed in my mind about the spoliation. I primarily do not believe that there's indication that the officer acted in bad faith. I don't think it's clear that the evidence had exculpatory value. I think clearly exculpatory is the language that's used in some of the cases. I'm not even sure that it has potentially exculpatory evidence. If you listen to most of the medical testimony, it would indicate that it doesn't. There may be some openings there where some of the witnesses testified, that blood could be evidence of long-standing abuse or something of that nature. But I certainly don't think that these circumstances warrant dismissal based upon not securing that evidence. So I'm going to deny the motion to dismiss on spoliation. When we get back, the defendant is going to have the opportunity to present her case, and I do want to address a couple of things with the defendant concerning that. And so I'm speaking with you now, Ms. Poague. One of the many rights that you have with regard to a trial when you're the defendant is the right to testify. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have the right to testify if you choose to. I assume you're aware of that.
Yes, sir.
You also have the right to remain silent, and if you remain silent, your silence could not be held against you. Have you been advised that by Mr. Gamble?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you and he had time to discuss that?
Yes, sir.
All right. I want you to understand that is your decision. Obviously, the reason you have a lawyer is to consult with the lawyer and consider his opinion, correct?
Yes, sir.
But ultimately, you have that right. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And so you will have to make that decision. I'm not going to ask you what that decision is, but I want you to understand that it is your decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you need more time to discuss with Mr. Gamble that decision?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, when we come back, it'll be the defendant's case, and we'll hear whatever witnesses, including potentially Ms. Poague, but if not, and if your lawyer requests it, I'll give an instruction, about the legal effect of your not testifying. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Is there any other matter that we need to address before we return?
Not that I'm aware of yet, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
All right. I don't want to get too far into your strategy and all, but do you have an estimate of how long the defendant's case in chief will take at this time?
It does.
That you want to share?
Well, I can some way. It does depend on a couple of decisions that have to be made.
Right.
I'm certain that it would be through by Friday for sure.
Okay.
That much I am positive.
When you say by Friday, by by the end of the day Friday?
Yes,
I'm just trying to.
yes,
Okay.
yes. I'm sure, I feel certain of that part.
Okay.
And it may be quicker than that.
Okay.
I do have an array of witnesses that aren't particularly long.
Okay.
I don't know how long that ends up. Sometimes you think it's 10
Okay.
minutes, it's an hour,
All right.
and
But we're
this-
not likely to find ourselves at 2:00 ready for closing statements. Is
Today.
that right?
I don't think so, yeah.
Okay. All
No.
right. All right. Well, we'll address that if it happens, I suppose. But at some point, have y'all shared the jury instructions? Oh, you have? Okay. So I'll be studying that, and at some point we'll have a jury charge, kind of depending on how things go the rest of the day. Okay. All right. We'll be back at 1:10.
Thank you.
Okay, good. All right, are we ready to proceed?
I would like to bring up one matter before we begin. It's something I could just bring out when my first witness, but I think it's better to address with the court before.
Okay, well, let me, can I do these? Yeah, let me do this later. Okay, I'll do it as I can. All right. Yes, sir.
I've already talked to Mr. Lamb about this, but Coroner Wright, or Assistant Coroner Wright, testified, and I'd asked him about if he had made any interview with WTVM TV station, and particularly did he make a certain statement.
Okay.
Which he said that he did answer that he interviewed with some stations. I don't know if he couldn't remember whether he did with them, and I don't even know if he was saying he couldn't remember if he did interview with some people about this and just can't remember if it's WTVM or if he just meant I interviewed sometime with TV and I don't remember which one. But regardless, that was sort of his response. But he said he did not say anything. The basic gist of it was that the interview indicated, he said there was prior injury and there was recent injury.
Okay.
He said he would not have said that. I have the recording that I believe is from WTVM in which he gave the interview. I want to play that for him and ask him if he can authenticate, is that him and was that his interview? If so, then I would present that.
Okay.
But I certainly don't know that he'll say that it is. I think that it sounds like his voice and it portrays that way, but I recognize what has to be shown in order to probably get it in.
Okay.
But I just didn't want to put him up there and do that. I was thinking it might make more sense to put him up before the jury
In case there's an objection to authenticity.
Well, I think there's going to be some of that. I mean, there may be other objections other than just whether or not he can authenticate it. Yeah, but if he, I mean, let's say he came up and said, I can't authenticate it. The problem with that is, to a degree, I've played the video for him.
Yeah.
And it would be to my advantage to do this, but I played it and it was
in
show
front
what
of the
he
jury.
said.
That's what I'm
They're gonna
saying.
hear it.
Yeah.
Well, I would have objected if you just were
Well,
playing it. I
understand
promise,
that,
though.
but if it didn't get out, and I'm not
Right.
trying to sneak it through there.
Right.
That's why I say it needs to be.
All right. Well, let's have a proffer of that testimony, and then if there's an objection to the testimony, we'll take that outside the presence of the jury. If there's not, then we'll bring it in and do it in front of the jury. Is that what you're suggesting?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
I am.
All right. So let's bring in Reverend Mathis Wright.
That's right.
We're not bringing in the jury yet. Trevor, I've got these signed now. If you want to step up. Thanks. Reverend Wright, you're being recalled to the stand outside the presence of the jury first, and then we may bring the jury in, but I'll remind you that you're still under oath. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Reverend Wright, you recall when I questioned you earlier, I'd asked you about whether or not you had interviewed with WTVM television about this case.
Yes, I do.
And you had, I think, replied in some sense that you had done some interviews for press, but you didn't know who and what or when, right?
Correct.
I have a video, I have an audio here that does have a video with it as well, but I just wanted to play an audio for you and ask you if you can authenticate or determine, is this your voice being recorded in an interview with a newscaster?
Yes.
I think you also need to have him listen to it and confirm that it is accurate. I mean, that is in fact what he's.
Well, I will ask him that. I mean, I think I need to get to the point of whether or not he recognizes it.
Sure.
Okay.
Is that going to be loud enough in here?
Can you play it on the system?
That plays audio, right?
I think so.
It's from the videos that you guys.
Get a plug in for a minute here.
Yeah, the HDMI cable plug in. No, just take it over and plug it up. It's not plugged in.
It's over there. It's not.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was yeah.
can you play this audio?
Well, do we need to turn the TV on? Okay.
Looking at trauma, some of it appeared to be, I'm going to say, past history as well as new. So that's why you do the autopsy to determine, was it now or was it something that's been kind of going on for a while?
And that voice that you just heard, is that you?
That's me, and I did say that.
And you recall giving an interview to WTVM from that refresh recollection?
Correct.
Now, I saw at the first of the screen, it said there was an interview with the coroner, and it, I believe, had your coroner's name up there.
Right, that was his name instead of my name, but that was me.
It was you being interviewed. They just were mistaken calling you the coroner and had the wrong name.
Correct.
So now that I've refreshed your memory, you did, at least initially after having done the coroner's work, grant an interview to WTVM in which you stated what we just heard.
Correct.
That is what I wish to present you.
All right. Is there any objection to that testimony?
What I think what he testified to before was that he didn't remember making the statement, which isn't an impeachable statement, really. You know, he could refresh his recollection, which he would have done now. And I think that what he needs to do first is just ask him, you know, did you make a statement to WTVM in which you said that there was some appearances of past and
All right, let me just look.
whatever,
look at my
and
notes. Let me look at my notes for just a second.
okay, and that's the reason.
Okay, my notes indicate that he said that he didn't remember seeing, does not remember saying that he saw past or old bruising or injury, does not remember the interview, and then he says, I did not see old injury. Okay, so.
So I think that is impeachable proof. We'll be able to show that clearly he had indicated earlier that it was. There were.
I guess if he made the statement that I didn't have the notes.
Now, these are not. That's not a transcript. That's
Yes,
my
sir. But
notes.
I suppose if I will concede that if he made the statement, I did not see any past injury.
Okay.
That is an impeachable statement, provided it's relevant. You know, I'd still contend that it's not relevant in this case because there's no evidence to suggest that any prior injury caused or contributed to the child's death. But
Well, I'm going to allow the testimony. I mean, I know that issue is going to be argued, whether there's any evidence to indicate any
Sure.
connection.
Yes,
And yeah, I intend to more or less introduce it as I just did.
I think what the way you did that was acceptable, and so I'm going to allow you to do that in front of the
Thank
jury. All right, you can bring in the jury. All right, hope y'all had a good lunch. Are you ready to proceed? All right. Mr. Gamble, while you were out, you recalled, or while the jury was not here, you recalled Reverend Mathis, so I allow you to question him now.
For the record, Your Honor, I think I rested in the presence of the jury. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then it's okay. So so he's
Well,
calling him as his witness. In other words, at this point.
He is.
Okay.
The state has rested. The defense, we obviously talked about this before you got in here. The defense is going to call a witness, or maybe more, I don't know, but he's going to recall Reverend Mathis as his witness, so I'll allow the defendant to proceed at this time.
Thank you. Reverend Mathis, again, you're testifying, and you were testifying earlier about your duties as an assistant coroner in this case. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you recall I'd asked you some questions, and one question I had asked was whether or not you had been interviewed by WTVM television statement about this case, and I believe at that time your answer was somewhere along the lines of you had gotten many interviews with television and news and stuff, and you didn't know whether you had or not.
Correct.
Is that a fair rendition of what you said?
Yes.
And then I had asked, though, about whether or not you had said that there were prior injuries to the child as well, old injuries versus new injuries, and in some way or another, I think you had said that you did not believe there were any old injuries.
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you now if this recording that I'm about to play for you refreshes your memory, and also if you first recognize the voice on this video as I play it as being yours, okay?
Correct.
And we've already looked at this one time, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Okay, so if you would just please play
In that trauma, some of it appeared to be, I'm going to say, past history as well as new. So that's why you do the autopsy to determine, was it now or was it something that's been kind of going on for a while?
Now, that appears to be a voice of someone saying that. Was that you?
That was me.
You recognize now, you recall having given that interview?
I do.
And in giving that interview, I see on the screen it says on the phone Clifford Walton. Who is Clifford Walton?
He was the coroner, and I was the deputy coroner.
So they're interviewing you, but in their reporting they were in error in listing him as the person that's talking right then.
Correct.
Because it was you.
Correct.
And so does that refresh your memory that at least on that day you said there was prior injury as well as new injury?
Your Honor, that mischaracterizes what he said. He said that there appeared, that some of it appeared to be past history. He did not, I don't think he used the word injury.
Okay.
Mischaracterizes it.
Not trying to mischaracterize it. You stand by, you did make that statement that just was played.
I said that when I did my examination, it did appear when I examined the baby myself that there could have been some old injury.
And that newscast seems to say, it says published January 23rd, 2024, so does that seem like an accurate time period for when it was given?
Probably was, if that's what it says.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Any cross-examination?
Just briefly,
All right.
Reverend Wright, did I want to make sure my notes right. You said that when you examined that some of it looked like there could be some past history or some old injury. One of those phrases. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said, and so that's the reason we do an autopsy, right?
Correct.
And the reason you do an autopsy is to make a determination as to let somebody who is ultimately scientifically trained and experienced and qualified in making those judgments to have a chance to examine the body in detail and make those determinations based on that examination and that information. Is that right?
That is correct.
And certainly you would defer in your opinions in every way to the coroner, wouldn't you, as to whether or not there's old injuries?
Correct.
I mean, you wouldn't challenge his conclusions, would you?
Oh, no. what happens with that is, when the report came back, it solidified that there was no O injuries.
And in fact, it solidified that the cause of death was blunt trauma and the manner of death was homicide. Is that correct?
Correct. It was trauma to the head, the neck, and the torso.
The medical examiner, the autopsy result. We're talking about the autopsy results.
Right. This
Yes,
is the report that comes back to me after I had did my personal evaluation.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May Reverend Wright be excused?
Yes,
All right. Thank you, Reverend. You're free to stay or go. All right, Mr. Gamble, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's the exhibit that he was using.
Okay, y'all watch that cord.
Yeah, I know it's gonna get us. If we don't watch it, I know it is.
I looked real quickly as I was walking.
I was looking at it, and it still almost fell over. Your Honor, I would call Julian Williams to the stand.
Julian Williams. Mr. Williams, I remind you, you're still under oath, sir.
Mr. Williams, I know we've asked some questions of you earlier, but I want to follow up with a couple of things now to ask you, particularly about whether or not you were interviewed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation at any time during this process.
Correct.
And how many times were you interviewed?
2 to 3.
And when you say 2 or 3, I realize that you could have had an interview that got broken up into parts, so it's either 1 or 2, and then you could have had one on another day.
Correct.
How many different days did you get interviewed?
2.
And when did you have with only 3 interviews in 2 days, when did you have the 2 days, 2 worth of interviews? Which day was that?
January 14th.
So the day of this event, you got interviewed twice?
Correct.
And in that interview, were you, was there a big space in time between the first and second?
Possibly.
And I don't know the amount of time, and you may not either, but was it more than an hour?
I don't recall.
It was just some period in between the two?
Correct.
And then the third interview, how long removed was it from January 14th? Do you recall?
Maybe a week.
Now, that third interview, was anyone else with you during part of that interview?
Yes.
Who would that have been?
My sister.
And was she interviewed with you present with her?
It wasn't an interview. She was showing them evidence.
Okay. So, I'll ask you about that in a minute. But did she come in the room where you were being interviewed at some time?
Correct.
And during the time that she came in the room, were you still present?
Yes.
And was the GBI agent, was it Agent Fort that was there?
Correct.
Was she the person that interviewed you on each occasion?
Correct.
And on this third occasion, she was asking you questions without your sister present?
Correct.
And then your sister came in at some point?
Correct.
Was she asking your sister some questions then?
Yes, not with me in there.
You were there as well?
I said not with me in there.
So you left when she started asking her questions?
Yes.
Now, the first interview that you had with Agent Fort, at any time did she ask you if you knew what happened to the child to cause the injuries as you were going to the hospital?
Repeat it.
Did she ask you if you knew what caused the injuries to your child as you were leaving the dorm going to the hospital?
She asked me what the injury was.
Okay. She asked you the injury was, and what did you tell her?
I told her what the doctors told me.
Did she ask you if you knew how the injury occurred?
Yes, I gave her supposedly what happened.
What did you tell her in that first interview as far as why you thought it had occurred?
He supposed to fell off the chair.
And you told her that?
Yes.
Well, tell me exactly what you told her now. How did you tell her that?
I said he fell off the chair. I was not present.
And you're sure that was on the first interview?
Correct.
Okay. Now you had a second interview on the same day,
Correct.
and on that particular time, did she inquire again as to if you could tell her what you thought had happened?
Correct.
And did you tell her that time what happened?
Told her the same thing.
Same thing being the child fell off the chair?
Correct.
And you're sure that you did that as well?
Yes.
Just one moment, Jenna. That's all the questions I have right now, Your Honor.
All right. Any cross?
Yes, sir. I do. So, Mr. Williams, I want to make sure I've got this timeline down. At approximately 11:55 a.m. on Sunday, January 24th, 2024. I'm sorry, January 14th, 2024. You left the dorm, is that right?
Correct.
And where were you going when you left the dorm?
Walmart and Pizza Hut. Walmart and Pizza Hut.
And you checked out at Walmart, paid the bill, and checked out at Walmart at 12:14 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You walked back in the door at the dormitory carrying the pizza and the Walmart bags at I want to be exact. Give me 1 second to find that report again. There it is. You walk back in the door of the dormitory at 10 seconds after 12:30. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then, when you left the dormitory at 11:55, was there anything wrong with your son that you saw?
No, sir.
Did you smash his head in and bust his liver up, things like that,
No,
before
sir.
you left?
No, sir.
So, he seemed to you to be fine.
Correct.
He was in the sort of the same condition that you'd expect him to be. He was sitting up, watching TV. Right?
Correct.
Well, what was he watching?
Kateri.
Katuri. Is that something that he's watched before? You know, like that he recognizes, he
Correct.
knows that's his show?
Correct.
Okay. And so then you get back at 12:30, and you come back to the door, and when you come back to the door and you get to your room, to Miss Poague's room, what condition was your son in then?
He was in distress.
Okay? Now, what do you mean he was in distress?
When I walked in the room, she was holding him and he was limp.
And what did you do?
I grabbed him and took off running.
Okay. And you went back through that door, coming out of the dormitory at 12:31. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
You rushed to the hospital where you arrived at about 12:36. Does that sound right?
Correct.
You learned while you were at the hospital that your child had sustained a massive trauma to his head, didn't you?
Correct.
You learned while you were at the hospital that his liver was badly injured,
Correct.
didn't you? At 4:18 p.m. on Sunday, what did they? They told you JD had died, didn't they?
Correct.
So now, two hours later, Agent Fort, as you know, at the police department, right?
Correct.
And at 6:25, she starts interviewing you. Does
Correct.
that sound right?
Yes, sir.
And if I told you that interview didn't conclude until 8:11 p.m., in other words, that it was an hour and 44 minutes or hour and 46 minutes long.
Okay.
That sound about right?
Yes, sir.
So basically you have a 2-hour break. You have 2 hours, you see your son, and then you have a 2-hour break, and then you find out your son is dead, and then you have a 2-hour break, and then the GBI sits you down for 2 hours to ask you questions.
Correct.
Then she told you not to leave, right?
Correct.
Then at 10:54, okay, so it's now almost 11 o'clock.
Correct.
Your son has only been deceased at this point for 7 hours. And you spent 2 hours already talking to him. They take you back in for another interview, right?
Correct.
And that goes until 12:25 a.m.
Correct.
That's a long day. I don't have any further questions.
Any other direct?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step back down. You can call your next witness.
I'll call Agent Fort back to the stand, Your Honor, and request permission to cross-examine as an adverse party.
All right, Agent Ford, if you return to the stand, please. Watch out.
Agent Ford, I want to ask you some questions now where I began a little bit earlier about you interviewing Mr. Williams and specifically about some of those interviews. The first interview that you had with Mr. Williams, as you just heard, the questions being asked was about a little after 6 o'clock on the day of the event, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in interviewing him in that interview, he did not tell you at any time what he believed was the reason why the child got injured, did he?
I don't know exactly what he said as far as like time frame between the first and second interview.
Do you have your notes from that you make notes for the interview, do you not?
I have a summary of the summarization of the interview, yes.
Yes, I have. It's called Exhibit 12, and it has pages 1 through 8. Do you have that with you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you step down and get those interview notes for each one of the interviews?
I have it up here with me.
Oh, you do? Okay. Well, the first interview, if you could turn to page 6 of that interview,
Okay.
and if you could read me the last 2 paragraphs of that. Am I correct that in that you're giving a rendition sort of about what happened, and he doesn't tell you anything about a fall or anything of that nature?
I might have had him out of order. Give me just a minute.
Okay.
All right, you said page 6?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the paragraph starts with, please?
Well, getting to really I guess there's 3 paragraphs, but there's one, the bottom 3 paragraphs, 2 are just one-line paragraphs, but the bigger paragraph before the 2 lines that finish up that page, do you see where it starts, Williams left the dorm?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you see as well where it says, Williams recalled the time being 12:29, Williams was not able to immediately answer, and Poague called again. He's talking about the telephone call where she's telling about the child being in distress. Williams could hear Poague saying JD multiple times.
Yes, sir.
Williams,
I
you
see.
see all that?
Yes, sir.
Williams went inside the dorm room and asked what happened. Poague responded, I don't know. And the next comment is, the next sentence, it says, Williams grabbed Romeo and drove Romeo to the hospital in Williams' car. And the next one says, Williams had nothing further to provide at this time. That paragraph seems to indicate he didn't tell you anything about what caused the injury, did he?
Not in that paragraph, no, sir.
How about in the whole interview?
I'd have to go back. You'll have to forgive me. It's been 2 years. I don't remember exactly what he said. Every word in the first interview and the second interview. It's just a accumulation of all the interviews. I'd have to review it.
I'm going to come back to the first one in a minute then. But if you could go to the second interview and that same night that I believe was the one that ended up ending about 12:25 in the morning.
Okay, give me just a second, please.
Yes.
Okay, I've located it.
And it's a 4-page summary that you did for that particular date of January 14th, beginning 10:54, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you would turn to page 4 of that exhibit, please.
Okay.
And on the first full paragraph, if you could read for the jury, what's the very first line in the first real paragraph in that particular page? What does it say?
The interviews, the summaries print out a little bit different, so
Okay.
if you'll just tell me what it starts
Sorry, it starts, Williams did not know how.
with. Okay, I'm with you.
If you could read that for the jury, please.
Williams did not know how Romeo, JD, could have been injured. Williams denied causing any physical harm to Romeo, which is JD. Agent Fort provided contact information for William in case Williams needs to contact Agent Fort for any reason.
So that paragraph establishes, at least in that second interview, that same night when this occurred, that he said he did not know how the injury occurred, correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it says.
Now, you just heard him say he told you about how it happened, that he told you it was caused by a fall. If that had been told to you, would you have put it in this interview summary?
I would like to say yes, that I might have, but the summary is just a summary, so it's not going to be a transcription of it. I can't say that I would have put everything in there,
Well,
but
you-
I would like to think that I would.
I mean, that's an important piece of information. If someone's claiming a fall cause, that you'd want to notate that, would you not?
Theoretically, generally speaking, yes.
Now, going back to the first interview, and I'm going to ask you if you'll please just thumb through it and look through it. If you can tell me in any place in that first interview where you believe that he told you anything about what occurred that caused this injury to happen.
Okay.
If he says anything about a fall or claims it's something else, if you would, I understand you hadn't had a chance to look at it till I put you back up here, but take your time and do that, and then I'll ask you a question, okay?
Okay. completed reading that.
And you didn't see anything where he said anything about the child falling, did you?
I didn't see that in my summary, but again, it's a summarization. That doesn't mean it wasn't said in the audio.
So you're saying there's some possibility that he might have said it to you, but you just didn't find it important enough to put in either one of your summary investigatory notes?
I'm not saying that it wasn't important enough for me to put in there. I'm just telling you I don't know if it's in the audio or not. It's not mentioned in this summary.
So that part we do know. You've got 2 sets of notes concerning the interviews, and neither one mentions him saying anything about a fall, correct?
I haven't fully reviewed the other one yet.
Well, you saw the ending where it said he said he didn't know anything about how he got injured, correct?
There was that paragraph, yes.
Yes. Now, the third interview, do you have notes from it or anything with it?
I should, yes, sir.
Now, that interview, you recall, he just testified that, yes, his sister did come into the room with him he was being questioned, and she came in the room while you were there, correct?
Yes.
And then he stated that he was not interviewed, or he stepped out of the room while she was in there. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you have a recording of that particular interview, do you not?
I don't remember if it was just audio recorded or video recorded.
Well, I can represent to you, I've got it over here that can be played and may happen, but you have no reason to believe that it's possible that you had the audio and video,
It was
correct?
either audio or video recorded.
Okay. And if I tell you that I believe that interview was 59 minutes and 17 seconds, would you agree that that sounds about the length of time it took for that particular time?
I mean, I have no reason to disagree. I'd have to look it up.
Would you disagree with me that 39 minutes and 53 seconds of that video showed both Ashante and Jay in the room with you while you were at least conversing with them?
I don't remember how long they were both in there together.
I'd ask for permission to show the entire video and ask this agent if she can authenticate it and then play it for the jury.
Well, just
Your Honor, I don't think that is the correct approach to, I mean...
I don't know if you could play the whole audio, but I mean, if you have video, I guess...
Without video.
Okay, so you want to show the video to demonstrate that the sister was in the room?
What I would like to do, Your Honor, with it is to play it and start it with the period when Ashante shows up into the room, because the rest is not anything I'm really questioning about, and it will show a time period for when that occurred, and then be able to show from there forth who is in the room for the remainder of the period.
I think you're allowed to do that. I don't think you can play the audio because you have to call the witnesses if there's going to be a testimony.
And I'm fine with that.
But I would suggest periodically moving it up, or maybe show the beginning and the end point or something of that nature.
I think, Your Honor, if she says that she doesn't remember, that the correct approach to that would be to allow her to refresh her memory, and that's not something you would do by playing it in front of the jury. Now, we could all sit in here and he can let her look at it on a computer, but I don't think that I mean, if the point is that he, wants the jury to see this going on, I mean, he has to, like, for instance, if it were a statement, you would not say, here, to refresh your memory, read this statement aloud to the jury. You would say, read this statement to yourself. And having read this statement, does it now refresh your memory? So you could give Agent Ford an opportunity to review the video, and then he can ask her, having now reviewed it, does it refresh your memory?
I'm fine with that.
Instead of playing it in front of the presence of the jury.
We'll let her refresh her memory outside the presence of the jury then.
Thank you.
I'll let you step into the jury room, please, for hopefully not more than 10 minutes.
We still want to start with the whole thing, and then we'll move to it.
Grab that door. All right, let's see if somebody can call up the video.
agent for it, as you see on the screen right now, you can see that there's a video that appears to show you and Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
Does that appear to be the interview room where at one point you had interviewed Mr. Williams?
Yes, that's correct.
And then it's got some timeline dates on it at the bottom. Is that an accurate date for when the interview occurred, or is that just when it was saved, or do you know?
I want to say the date was in January. I can't give you if it's accurate on the system. Sometimes it reboots and things like that, so I can't tell you that.
Well, let me ask you this. That particular interview, I know you did two at or around the hospital with him, correct? On the day of.
That's correct.
And that's not in that location, is it?
Correct.
So you would, it'd be fair to state that this is the third interview that we're looking at here.
Yes, sir, it would.
And
If you,
go ahead.
I mean, if you let her look at her summary from the interview, I imagine she can look at the first line of it and tell you when the interview occurred, regardless of what that timestamp says there.
That's fine. Well, what does it say on your summary as when the date was? I mean, I wasn't really too concerned with that, but I'm fine with that.
If you give me just a minute, please.
It's number 44.
Yeah, January 26th in the top left-hand corner, it says that may be more likely to be the right date. But
That's more accurate with what I remember. Yes, January 26, 2024 at 9:51 a.m.
okay. So that's the beginning of that interview, and I want to, if I could, so can you testify and state that it appears to be an authentic copy of the interview you're about to conduct with Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
What you see so far? And if I can, you ought to begin to play it without the audio, and I'm going to ask you to be okay. Play it for just a minute, just to show.
I mean, we're just showing it for her to refresh her memory, so, and the jury's not in here.
Yeah.
So,
If you would move it, just move it kind of fast forward in here. You see you're in here interviewing him solo at the moment, correct?
Correct.
And now we're moving the timeline up to first few minutes, same thing. Keep on. All right, do you hold it right there? Do you recognize who is entering the room now?
Yes.
And who is that?
That's Mr. Williams' sister.
So his sister comes in with him. Is that Ashante Burr?
Yes, it is.
And now she's about to have a seat, and that is showing what time on the video? 1935?
Approximately 20 minutes into the interview. Yes.
And if you would now play just scoot it on through in a reasonable fashion where it's not just flying, but enough to see what's going on. Okay. Would you agree with me that roughly from that 20-minute period until the end of the video that Ashante Burr and the brother remain in the room together as you're sitting there with them at the table?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
That's the
All right.
the part I need. I will ask those follow-up questions from you.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I need.
all right, then you can take that down, and we'll bring the jury back in. Mr. Gamble, you can continue your cross-examination.
Agent Ford, I understand that it's been almost 2 years since you were initially involved in this case and interviewing people and whatnot. But since we took a break, have you had an opportunity to review a video dated from January 26, 2025, in which you were interviewing Mr. Williams?
I reviewed January 26, 2024.
I'm sorry, 2024. Yes, I'm sorry, 2024. Correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was viewed just visually without any audio playing, correct?
Correct.
But the date coincided with the notes that you had that was the proper date for that third interview, correct?
Correct.
And we went through it showing you on the screen where it began until it ended on both visually watching it and a timeline as far as how much time it was taking, correct?
Correct.
And at some point during the video, Miss Ashante Burr, the sister of Mr. Williams, comes into the room with you and Mr. Williams, correct?
Correct.
And I believe when we were talking about that earlier, it was around the 20-minute time frame of the film, correct?
Correct.
It was a little short of that, but close enough to round it off, right?
Approximately, yes, sir.
And then from that point on, it showed video that all three of you remained in the room until the interview ceased, correct?
Correct.
Which, if I'm correct on how much time it was for the entire interview, it was about 40 minutes of them being together, correct? Or you can look at your notes, and I think you'll probably have where you began and ended the interview, correct?
Yeah, so we started at 9:51. Looks like we ended around 10:50 approximately. That's about an hour, so 60 minus 20.
So it's close, right? 20 minutes and 39 or something in that range, right?
Correct.
Now, and you heard Mr. Williams just testify that he did not remain in the room once you began.
Objection, Your Honor, asking this witness to comment on or otherwise characterize the testimony of another witness is improper.
Mr. Gamble, you can state your question without asking her to comment on the other witnesses.
I will, yeah. The video evidence that you saw conclusively shows to you that for 40 minutes those two were together with you in that room, correct?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have for this agent.
You need to redirect this agent on those matters.
No, sir.
All right. You can step that down, Agent Ford.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. All right, Mr. Gamble, you can call your next witness.
Jenna Newsome, Your Honor.
What's the name?
Jenna Newsome, I believe, isn't it?
Ms. Newsome, watch that wire, please, as you walk across. And before you sit in the witness stand, face Mr. Gamble and receive the oath, please. You can come up here. All right.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. Ms. Newsome, could you please state your full name for the court?
Yes, Jenna Newsome
And where do you live, Ms. Newsome?
in Blakely, Georgia.
And do you know the defendant seated to my left, Trinity Poague?
I do.
How do you know Miss Poague?
We
Okay. We have a jury can't hear.
I'm
Is the
sorry.
microphone on? Tap it for me, please. Okay. Yeah.
Speak
You just
louder.
Take a little
Okay.
louder and make sure it projects to the microphone.
okay. Sorry.
How do you know her?
We met in 2020 at Miss Cockwood pageant.
And do you have known her since then?
Yes, sir.
Has she ever performed any service for you where you would pay her for services?
Yes.
What did she do for you?
She babysat my children and went on like day trips and stuff with us.
How old were your children at the time she was babysitting for?
I'm going to object. If this is just, character evidence in the sense of, she babysat my children and nothing bad happened. That's, first of all, is irrelevant. Well, it's irrelevant in generally, but under 404.
Mr. Lamb, before you go into a lengthy objection, I think maybe I should take the jury back out and let's find out, because I don't want to have it. I'd rather get all the if there's going to be objections to the testimony heard.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to let you step back outside for just a second. All right, what's your objection to the testimony, Mr. Lamb?
It is irrelevant character evidence under 404. Evidence of a person's character or trait of character is not admissible for the purpose of proving action in conformity therewith. To say, she babysat my children and nothing bad happened I would trust her to babysit my children or whatever is coming it's not a pertinent trait of character under this, with regard to with regard to the issues in this case, it's not a pertinent trait of character, which means it's not acceptable. It's not admissible. And even if it were admissible, it would only be able to prove it by reputation, not by reference to specific circumstances or specific acts.
All right, Mr. Gamble.
It's not being offered for the purpose of character, Your Honor. It's being offered to be able to show that she has experience in being around children at or near the age of this child, and that she would have the knowledge necessary for first caring for the children, but secondly, being aware of when children are fussy or not, dealing with them when they won't sleep as they should, all of those type things. So it's not being offered to prove anything in character. And I don't intend to go into great detail with the witness other than to ask her what I just asked her about, did she babysit for her, how many times did she babysit for her, and really that's the gist of that conversation with her, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lamb.
Well, just asking her if she babysat for you, I think that it is sort of a backdoor attempt at putting character evidence in. But I'll stand on the objection as it stands now. Obviously, I'm not going to try to raise any further issue if the court.
Well, 404A has I looked at this before we got here, anticipating that there may be some of this. 404A allows evidence of a pertinent trait of character. What he's saying, he's not offering it as character, but I don't know whether what I don't see is what a pertinent trait of character offered by an accused is. But that is an exception to the disallowance of character evidence. And then I believe you can prove just general good character under 405, but that's not like specific instances. So with the limited proffer of what you're just wanting to establish that she's had experience babysitting, I'm going to allow that testimony.
I would probably ask her as a final question, did you have any issues with her when she did so?
Okay.
And her answer would be yes or no. But I'm not going to go into follow-ups about, all kind of care and, what did you watch her do and da-da-da-da. I will tell you I have two of these witnesses.
That would certainly be irrelevant to ask her if she, did you have any issues with her, or you trust her with your children or whatever. That would certainly be irrelevant.
Is that, how do I interpret 404A1?
Pertinent traits.
Yeah.
I would interpret it just as if we had an issue before the court about someone who, whether he accidentally struck a nail or intentionally struck a nail, and you were trying to bring in evidence to show that the person was a skilled carpenter. What would be the purpose of that? Are you trying to establish character, that he's a good carpenter? No, you're trying to establish he has the skills and ability to most likely not have accidentally struck it, or that type thing. Here, because this is part of the issue of the case, Your Honor, a pertinent trait would be whether she has any child caring skills or not.
And that may be true, that whether she has skills, whether she is skilled in child care, may be admissible under this rule. But then following it up with, did you have any problems with her? You trust her with your children, et cetera. Those are the questions that I'm saying would be irrelevant. I mean, he said that's going to ask. So
You can ask her if there was ever any problems with the care she provided for her children. I think that will meet the pertinent trait character evidence, or pertinent trait evidence allowable under the character evidence code section. All right. Y'all want to take 5 minutes before we bring that jury back in? Does anybody need a restroom break?
Yes, we.
Okay. All right. We'll come back in 10 minutes. We'll come back in at 2:20. Yeah, Mr. Gamble, are you going to need that cord within the next couple of witnesses?
I was gonna put it up.
It's just All right, let's bring the jury in. You bring them back in. All right, Mr. Gamble, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Newsome, I know we got interrupted, and I'm going to try to not just start from the front, but I don't know exactly where we stopped, so I'm just going to ask you again. When did you say you first employed Trinity Poague to be your babysitter?
We met her in 2020. I don't really remember if it was the fall of 2020 or the fall of 2021 that she first babysat my children.
And how many children was she babysitting?
I have two.
And they boys or girls?
One girl, one boy.
How old were those children when she began to babysit for them?
My daughter was 3 or 4, and then my son, maybe 7.
And at that time, it was in 2021?
Yes.
Okay. How old was Trinity at that time?
15, 16. I think she was driving, so I'm going to go with 16.
Okay. How many times approximately did she babysit for you?
Maybe 10 plus times.
And did you have any issues with her babysitting for your children at any of those times?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Lamb, do you have any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Ms. Newsome, you'd certainly expect her to be able to recognize injury to a child, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's part of what you expect out of a babysitter, right? If something goes wrong, that they're going to recognize it. They're going to be in a position to do something about it, right?
Yes, sir.
You would expect her to take every reasonable measure to protect a child that was that needed protection, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
If there was a child being physically abused or grossly neglected in some way, and it was occurring in her presence, then you would agree with me that that would be a gross failure on her part if she just did nothing, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Nothing else.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Newsome. You can call your next witness.
Jessica Whitaker, Your Honor.
Jessica Whitaker.
Yes.
Oh, I thought we had a baby.
Oh, I did too.
I don't think. No, Sharon's going to get her. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought he was still back there.
Ms. Whitaker, before you step into the witness box, if you come up here and face Mr. Gamble to receive the oath, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Now, speak into the microphone, because I know a lot of people speak soft and the jury needs to be able to hear you, okay? Could you please state your full name for the court?
Jessie Whitaker,
And Ms. Whitaker, where do you live?
Iron City, Georgia.
And living in Iron City, Georgia, do you know the defendant, Trinity Poague?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Trinity?
She was one of my babysitters for my children.
Ms. Whitaker, I need you to speak up a little bit. All 12 of those folks are there have to hear you, okay?
She was my babysitter for my children.
Okay, when you say she was the babysitter for your children, how long a period of time was she the babysitter for your children?
She started watching my two step-kids that I have in 2020, and then I had my own child in 2022, and she also watched her.
All right, going back to 2020, how old were those two stepchildren that she was babysitting for?
7 and 5.
And then in 2022, you had a child of your own?
Yes, sir, in November.
How soon after the birth of that child did she begin to babysit for you?
Maybe a month old, maybe 2 months old.
How many times did she babysit for you with that infant child?
A handful of times. She would help hard.
How about the other two?
Any time that we had them and they had like Christmas break, Thanksgiving break, any kind of break from school, she helped me out and babysit the two oldest ones.
Can you give me a number of approximation, how many times that might be?
I would say 10 or more times.
That would be for the two oldest.
Yes, sir.
And then the infant?
Maybe 5 to 6 times, possibly more.
And in all of those times that she babysit for you, were there ever any issues with her babysitting duties for the children?
No, sir.
That is all the questions I have, Judge.
All right, Mr. Lamb, any cross?
Yes, sir, just perhaps a quick question or two. Ms. Whitaker, if one of your children was being watched by Ms. Poague and your child suffered an injury of any sort, what would you expect her to do?
Call me.
Okay. Would you expect her to call a doctor or an ambulance?
Yes, sir.
If she observed someone abusing your child, would you expect her to report it to the police?
Yes, sir.
If someone was abusing your child, would you expect her to do everything in her power to protect your child?
Yes, sir.
When's the last time she babysat for you?
Probably 2023.
And she started babysitting for you in 2020?
Yes, sir.
So that was 5+ years ago? Okay. Okay, nothing further.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Whitaker. You're free to stay or go. You can call your next witness.
May she be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. She's excused. She can stay or go.
I would call Megan Pitts to the stand, Your Honor.
Ms. Pitts, if you'd walk up here to the witness stand and then, before you have a seat, face Mr. Gamble and receive the oath, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat.
If you make sure you speak into that microphone, okay, because everybody needs to be able to hear you.
Ms. Pitts, could you please state your full name for the court?
Megan Nicole Pitts,
And Ms. Pitts, where are you from? Not where you're living right now, but where's your hometown?
Griffin, Georgia.
And where do you currently live?
Americus, Georgia.
And in Americas, are you attending college anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where do you attend college?
Georgia Southwestern State University.
And where do you live on campus there at Georgia State Southwestern?
Yes, sir.
And where do you stay at? Where are you living at there?
I live in the dormitories on campus.
What's the name of that dorm?
Pines.
Did you previously live in a different dorm?
Yes, sir.
Back in 2024, January of 2024, which dorm were you living in?
Oaks.
And how long had you been in college at that time in January of 2024?
Roughly about half a semester.
Were you attending college under any kind of scholarship or anything?
Yes, sir.
What type scholarship?
I had multiple, but the biggest one was President Jimmy Carter Leadership Program.
Tell me, what is the Jimmy Carter Leadership Program scholarship? What does it entail?
It's a group of students that go through an interview process, and they're selected from the incoming freshmen, and we are a service-based group that does community service throughout the year.
Do you have to have particular qualifications in order to be able to receive it, or is it just based upon the interview alone?
Particular qualifications.
What type?
You have to have a good grade point average, and you have to be a good leader.
Now, when you attended on the Jimmy Carter Leadership Program Scholarship, did you meet Trinity Poague at any time?
Could you repeat the name?
Trinity Poague. I want to call her Tiffany also. Trinity Poague, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And does she live in the same dorm as where you were living in that January of 2014?
Yes, sir.
Her room compared to yours, how close was it?
Across the hall diagonally.
And so, not too far away?
Yes, sir.
You got to say yes or no for court reporter. Back on January the 13th, getting later into the day and night, bleeding over into January 14th, which would be the early morning hours, which you might commonly still think of the same Saturday night, but getting into Sunday morning. Did you hear anything that got your attention during the night while you were in your dorm? Well, first of all, were you in your dormitory during that time period?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in your dormitory during that time period, how late did you stay up that night on Saturday, January 13th? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but I remember being asleep and being woken up.
Okay, when you were sleeping, got awakened, what awakened you?
A baby crying.
Okay, was it, can you describe, I know a baby crying is a baby crying, I guess, but is there any way you can describe as far as volume or anything of that nature?
It was particularly loud considering I was across the hall.
Okay. Enough that it awakened you?
Yes, sir.
Now, after you heard the baby cry, was it just one cry, or was it baby crying, or what was going on?
It was continuous and then eventually stopped.
Okay. Do you know how long you heard the crying before it ceased?
I don't remember.
And was this in the middle of the night?
Yes, sir.
Yep, that's all the questions I have, John.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pitts. The baby was crying that night, loud enough at some point to wake you up, right around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Is that about right? And you don't know how long he cried thereafter, but just until, I guess you said, until he stopped crying.
Yes,
right?
sir.
That wasn't the first time that baby had woke you up crying, was it?
No, sir.
Actually, he cried a lot when he was there around Miss Poague, didn't he?
Yes, sir. Every time.
Every time.
Yes, sir.
He actually behaved better and was calmer if, like, her roommate or somebody else was there that could help, tend to him instead of her having to do it, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
He responded better to other people than he did to her?
Yes, sir.
She told you at some point, or did she tell you that she had known that child for his whole life?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that? Do you remember interviewing with the GBI
Yes, sir.
agent over at the? I think y'all interviewed over in the police station on campus.
Yes, sir.
Interviewed with Special Agent Joe Chestnut.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right? And I mean, there's an audio recording of it, not a video. There's an audio recording of it, but there's also a summary that the agent prepared, which is, his note summary of the interview. Okay.
Yes, sir.
If I let you take a look at that for just a moment, do you think that might refresh your memory about whether or not she had told you anything about how long she had known the child?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, I object to using refreshment of the agent's notes to try to refresh her memory.
Well, it doesn't matter whose notes they are. I mean, anything that if the witness says that she believes it will refresh her memory, then
I think
it's
she can
permissible.
review the notes and then make if it will refresh her memory.
If it doesn't, it doesn't. Let's start maybe like right in here and read down 2 or 3 paragraphs. Just read to yourself. Not out loud. Do you have a chance to read over that?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, having done so, does that refresh your memory at all about whether or not she had led you to believe, or led everyone to believe certain information about how long she'd known the child, things like that?
I remember her having conversations about describing knowing the child and helping take care of him, but I don't recall that particular conversation.
Okay. You don't recall a particular conversation where she said she'd known him his whole life.
Correct.
But you do recall conversations where she had talked about the child, taking care of him, and that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
And where she'd seen him and taken care of him away from where y'all were, away from the dormitory.
I don't remember.
You don't remember that? Okay. All right. Did you ever hear her express any opinions of her own about the child?
Yes, sir.
What kind of opinions did she express about J.D. Angeles?
They were never directly to me, but they were in group settings, and she would describe
The
it.
objective is not said directly to her. You said it's heard through a group, but not from her.
I want you to clarify as to whether or not she heard it,
Yes, sir, I
not that
certainly
she heard
will.
it secondhand. Okay. And I do need you to speak into that microphone a little louder, okay?
Yes,
All right.
sir.
Thank you.
When I ask you if you had heard her express any opinions about the child, you said in a group setting. Was it a setting where you actually heard what she said?
Yes, sir. It was in her room.
Okay, not her talking to someone else and them telling you she said something. It's something you actually heard. She just wasn't talking to you individually.
Yes, sir. It was a group of people in her room.
Gotcha. Okay. So what opinions did you hear her express about the child?
She was describing that she didn't particularly like him.
It sort of seemed obvious from her interactions with the child that his feelings about that were mutual,
Yes, sir.
wouldn't it? Nothing further.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, Ms. Pitts. You're free to stay or go. She's excused, is that correct? Y'all have any objection to excusing her?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Take care.
You can call your next
I
witness.
call Elanie Bro. I don't know if Bro is a Briox. I'm not sure how to pronounce that last name. Bro. I thought. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bro, before you have a seat up there in the witness chair, if you could face Mr. Gamble and receive the oath, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Could you please state your full name for the jury?
Elanie Marie Bro,
And Ms. Bro, where are you from originally?
Perry, Georgia.
And are you currently attending college anywhere?
Yes, sir.
Where do you attend college?
Georgia Southwestern.
And are you living on campus anywhere?
No, I live in an apartment off campus.
Back in January of 2024, were you living on campus?
Yes, sir.
At that time, where were you living?
Oaks 2.
And in Oaks 2, did you have the occasion at any time to meet Trinity Poague?
Yes, sir.
How did you know her?
We were in the leadership program together, the President Jimmy Carter leadership program together.
So you would have met her through that to begin with?
Yes, sir.
Did you also see her from time to time at the dormitory where you lived?
Every once in a while, yes, sir.
Did you ever see her to know whether or not she had a boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
Did she have one?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who he was?
I saw him, but I never knew his name.
You just saw him with her boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not they had there was any child involved in that relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the child as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see Miss Poague where she was carrying that child with her?
Yes, sir.
Now, how far away was your room at the Oaks from Miss Poague's room?
Right across the hall.
Directly across?
Directly across, yes, sir.
Back on January 13th in the late night hours, anywhere from 10 o'clock forward, till January 14th, early morning hours, did you hear anything during that time period that was worth noting?
I heard the baby crying, sir.
What time was it when you heard that? Do you know?
It periodically throughout the night. I probably went to sleep around like 10:30, so I just woke up every once in a while and just heard the baby crying.
Was it enough to have awakened you?
Probably not, no, sir.
Just heard the baby crying?
Yeah, I just wake up randomly throughout the night anyways.
Okay. You don't know anything else about that, though, other than the baby was crying?
No, sir.
All right, that's all the questions I have.
All right. Cross-examination?
So the child didn't wake you up. You just woke up, but you could hear him somewhere down the hall, across the hall, crying,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
When you heard the child crying, was there anything that seemed or sounded abnormal about it compared to when you had heard the child cry before?
No, sir.
The next morning, let me back up. You said that you heard him crying maybe around 1 a.m. and then on and off until 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So what you mean by that is when you woke up, you might still hear him crying if you woke up at 3 o'clock or
Yes,
whatever.
sir. Yes, sir.
So you don't actually know that he cried all night. It's just a couple times you woke up and he was crying.
Yes, sir.
And then about 6 o'clock or so in the morning, you didn't hear him anymore.
No, sir.
Then you got up at 9:30 in the morning and you didn't hear him crying then, did you?
No, sir.
The child cried often when he was there, didn't he?
Yes, sir. I think so.
I don't think I have any more questions, Your Honor, but I would like to have just one second, please. No further questions.
All right, any redirect, Mr. Gamble?
No, Your Honor, she can be excused for, as far as we're concerned.
All right, Miss Bo, Bro, you can stay or go. You're free to go.
Okay,
Or stay. You're excused. All right, you can call your next witness, Mr. Gamble.
Yeah, and I would ask for about a 15-minute break to discuss some things.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 3:05. All right. If anybody needs to step downstairs, Chet, make sure somebody goes with them. Don't need us. Okay. All right, Mr. Gamble,
Your Honor, we close evidence, we rest.
state the defendant rests. Mr. Lamb, do you have any rebuttal evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. My proposal would be for us to have a jury charge conference, all the things that we need to do in preparation for y'all to give closing arguments, and that y'all start your closings in the morning.
That would be great, Your Honor.
I think that'd give people plenty of time to prepare. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence portion of the trial is completed. There's a good bit of work that I need to do with the lawyers. They get to go over the charge that I'm going to give you and make any objections, and we work that out. And also, I want to give the attorneys time to prepare their closing statements so that they can have overnight to actually get their thoughts in order. It's very important to both sides, and I want them to be able to narrow down their thoughts and give a good cohesive argument. So I'm going to recess for the afternoon as far as you're concerned. I would like you to return at 9 o'clock in the morning, and at 9 o'clock we'll bring you in and we will begin the closing argument phase of the case. All of the instructions that I've given you are still in place. You'll begin discussing this case once I've given you my final jury instructions in the morning after closing arguments. Okay? So with that, you are excused. Please don't look at that TV or that internet tonight, okay? Watch a rental movie. Yeah. Well, you can still rent a movie on TV, right? Yeah. Yeah, why don't I send y'all the draft of the charge? I've got some corrections already written on it, but y'all can look it over. It's basically a combination of both of y'all's. We'll come back over and we'll go over that charge conference.
We will need to add, I did not put the charge in about if a defendant does not testify.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
we'll
didn't know which one it'd be, but obviously now it
Okay.
needs to be.
All right.
I think we can also remove all the charges that we submitted on
I noticed all the charges about
police interviews.
voluntariness of the statement.
Right,
and all
police
that.
interviews, yes.
Yeah.
Those can all be removed.
Okay. So go back those two revisions and then send it to both of them. Y'all got your computers here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll come back at 3:30 and we'll go over that charge.
Okay.
I think so. That's my preference if we're able to.
You do in other cases, I'm just making sure.
go over the jury charge. If we could all come to order.
I'm just reading, but,
No, I'm,
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I didn't.
Thought you were talking to me.
I didn't know if you were here, then. Someone trying to interrupt you.
Mr. Lamb, have you reviewed the charge that Mallory just sent?
Yes, sir. And
I'm gonna make some grammatical changes, you know, like take out parentheticals and eliminate things that are not applicable. But we'll, in general, are there any that you believe need to be added or stricken?
I don't recall anything that I don't think I guess the charge 13710, character of the defendant, I mean, he says it's not character evidence, that it's evidence to show that she had great child care skills. That's a different thing than character evidence. So I think that that charge should probably be removed. On page 6.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's on my page 5.
Okay, well,
I think when I read it now, it's on page
Oh, okay. So you're asking that that one be removed?
yes, sir. I don't think it relates to anything that is in evidence in this case. The defense has asked, as I understand it, the defense has asked for the long version of the direct circumstantial charge, and the state concurs with that.
Okay.
I don't have an objection to it. In fact, I prefer it. The long version
Okay, yeah,
of the
yeah,
circumstantial
yeah, I
evidence
got you.
charge.
It just makes, it describes it that
As you can guess, I usually give the short one. But
I know. And I do sometimes in certain cases, but I think this one has a little better description, Your Honor.
All right. I'll take out the short one and give the long one.
I don't think there's. I don't have any other objections or comments, I suppose, at this point.
All right,
No,
Mr.
sir.
Gamble.
Nothing else.
Yeah, and I've reviewed it, and with that notation you've already made about these going with the long version instead of the short, that was the only real comment I had. I don't really object if you take out the character objection. I don't think it really matters much one way or another to me. And the only other thing I would have is Mr. Lamb and I both discussed it. He brought it up, but the news cast that I used to question Mr. Wright about, we've got on a flash drive, not to go out to the jury, but needs to be, we think, marked as defendant's exhibit 4, and made a part of the record.
And the state, and the state has no objection to the
It'll
court
be admitted.
reopening the evidence for the submission of that. And I would also, Your Honor, ask at this time, according to our records, all of the state's exhibits were in fact tendered and admitted. I mean, there were a couple of them that were admitted not to go out with the jury, but they were all tendered and admitted. I believe if anyone has any different information on that, I would ask that we be advised of that, so that if I need to make a motion to reopen briefly, I could do so.
All right, let me find my list. My recollection is that everything.
Yes, it's empty for you to load. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got thinking you don't have it. I was
no,
thinking
we have some extra blankets over
Thank
here.
you.
All right, so I'm going to allow the evidence to be reopened, and 4 will be admitted,
Yes, you are.
but it will not go out with the jury.
Correct.
And I think we can just do that by stipulation, unless you want to do it in front of the jury.
No, yeah.
Okay.
I don't. I don't need need
No,
for it.
I think that the
It's confusing.
right. I think that when
It's
you
not
tell
going out with
them,
the jury anyway.
Right. It
when
confuses
you tell
them.
them that you're sending the evidence out with them, we send them the stuff that we're sending them, and then
Okay.
that's my view.
Yep, I'm good with that.
All right, but let's make sure we're all on the same page while we're at this as to what does not go out with the jury. I believe the videos would not. I mean, they may ask to see them, but we customarily will not send it out with them. So that's exhibits 20, 21.
Exhibit 3.
What'd you say, 3?
I thought, I have 23 as a picture.
No, number
3.
3. Okay.
3, 20, 21.
Wasn't there a written statement that y'all?
The coroner's statement, whatever it was.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I know it was.
That's 40, Exhibit 40.
Yes, it's not.
Okay.
That would not go out, that's subject to the continuing
Yes.
witness rule. I think, did you put the article that you used for impeachment, did you put that in to evidence?
It did not go into evidence.
It was not, it did not? Okay.
Oh, you mean the treatise?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the rule says you can read it into evidence, but you can't see it.
Right, you can, that's what I'm saying, I mean, if it was
It was not
admitted,
admitted, and I don't think it needs to be.
Yeah.
I don't think it has to be, but if it were, then it would not go out.
Yeah, it doesn't.
The medical records, I don't think are subject to continuing witness because they're not actually statements. They are
I think they can-
summaries of actions.
I think they're admissible. And then the only other one that won't go out would be Exhibit 4, the news. So it's prosecution exhibits 3, 20, 21, and 40, and defendants exhibit 4 will be the only ones that don't go out with the jury. So I will go back to my desk and I'll make some minor changes to maybe even the order that they're given. Like at the end, I like to conclude with the one about deliberations. Well, she's already done that.
What about a verdict form, Your Honor?
That's the next thing I was gonna ask. You want us to prepare a verdict form?
Doesn't the court have a law clerk?
That was us. I definitely said us.
Yes. No, I mean, I certainly have no problem.
Okay. All right. And Sherry's got a good form for it too. So we'll get the verdict form. We'll send that to you before I leave today. I'll make some minor changes. This one change I noticed was on stipulations.
Yes.
I thought maybe the first paragraph, but I couldn't really see how I would give the second.
Well, there weren't any stipulations.
There was some stipulation about.
There was the only stipulation was as to the admissibility of Exhibit 26, but it wasn't a stipulation as to a fact. It was simply
that it wouldn't go out with the jury.
Well,
that's right.
It was just a stipulation that it would go into, that it would come into evidence because it was tendered under a certificate, pursuant to notice, and so. I think
that's
accurate. So, do either of you request this charge on stipulations?
Well, I did only because I did know that we did do a couple of stipulations. They may have been on some minor issues, but that was why I put it in.
I mean, I think if the only stipulation is as to the admissibility of evidence as opposed to a stipulation to a fact, then I don't think that the stipulation charge is necessary.
I mentioned stipulation in another part where I tell them what the evidence is. So my inclination would be to take the actual charge out.
No objection from me.
Well, I just note the second paragraph talks about where parties stipulate, and then it says testimony, documents, exhibits only. This is in the nature of evidence. You may take that testimony as if it was given in court, and you may rely on it if you find it credible. However, either party may dispute such testimony by other evidence. I don't know. I thought that part might need to be in there, but I'm not.
Well, it's not going to hurt. I mean, if you're requesting it, I'll put it.
I would
definitely not.
I would just request that part.
All right, I'll give the
So
second.
you're just not going to give the first paragraph of
I'll
that?
give the second.
Okay.
I'll give paragraph number 2.
I look at it, does not apply.
Sure.
All right. Okay. Well, I'll send that to you all, and then we'll start closes at 9 o'clock. Y'all get here early enough to check your computers and all. Looks like y'all got yours. Y'all are just using the same portal at this point. Is that
we
right?
are, yeah.
Okay. Anything else we need to address before closing arguments in the morning? Okay.
Nothing that I can think of. It's 2 per side, right?
2 hours?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you each have 2 hours.
I mean, I don't think I'll talk 2 hours. I never do that, but
Well, I mean, we have all day, so I'm
We
not.
wanna have it
you know,
available, though,
If any
so.
of you want to speak for 2 hours, you can.
Yes, sir, understood.
Of course, you'll get to open and conclude. What I would like to do, if we start at 9, I guess we'll see when the closing argument's finished. I might send them to lunch, let them come back and then charge them, or I might charge them and tell them they can ask for lunch whenever they want to. I just have to kind of play that by ear.
Understood.
Or even offer to get them some pizza and let them work through lunch or something like that. We'll see how all that works. All right. Thank y'all. I'll see you in the morning.
Thank you.